It's smelling nice, tobacco rapani. Mama, what's in my pay? I'm on your rapani. Why see?
Ladies and gentlemen, this dance you're about to see now is called Tinubu dance. Are you ready to give me that dance? Oh yeah, everybody go say Tinubu dance. We go the dance. 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 Tinubu dance. Tinubu dance. Give me the dance. Tinubu dance. Give me the dance. Tinubu dance. Give me the dance. Tinubu dance. Oh yeah, Baba dance. Oh yeah, Baba dance. Say, oh yeah, Baba dance. Everybody. Oh yeah, Baba dance. Listen, Tinubu dance. We go the dance. Tinubu dance. We go the dance. Tinubu dance. We go the dance. Tinubu dance. Voila.
Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
Okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see what I don't want to forget me.
Okay.
I want you to feel. I'm not getting I'm not saying I want to go. I got no one who tell them back. Oh, where would he get? I got you to tell
my sister. They said it failed.
That's the IREV. The IREV is separate from the Beavers. The Beavers accredits people and then it's supposed to take a picture and upload it to the IREV. The IREV did not work on that day.
Yes, me and you know the difference between all this. For the average Nigerian, that is all included. And I want to speak to the average Nigerian. What they've sold us, whether it's IRF, whether it's the IRA, what they told us is the Beavers is from this to this. We are promised this Santos meal, and we just had a serve of the starter, and they disappeared with the rest of the food. So we.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there.
Listen, you can only see, but you will never want there. You can only see, but you will never get there.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Tinubu Ahmed of the APC, 8,794,726. Miadi Peter Nana Chukudi of Abga, 61,166.
Thank you. But
you have to be fast. Of the APC. Is hereby declared the winner and is returned elected.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, you don't do it's once again. Everybody can pay up. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I don't chopper. National airport, National stadium,
Right. So he hears you, but hold on. I'm hearing myself back somewhat. So he hears you, but do you hear me? That's the question. He hears you, but do you hear me? Good day to you. Good to be your company. All that. Good day to you. Good to be your company. And how are you? Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful week, cascading into yet another session. That friendly neighborhood, or you are laughing man. One man went to mow. One man went to mow, as Ayo just said with a super chat right there. The eagle lands again. The eagle has landed, and it lands hoping that is meeting you in good health and good cheer. So good health and good cheer. So good health and good cheer. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as I invite you to do so. Do so. Click on the like button. It's been a moment since we actually had 100 likes on the stream. Maybe we'll get back there soon enough. Hopefully in the not too distant future. Click on the like button. If you are hearing and watch back, if you are watching and watch back, click on the like button still. If you are yes, congratulations to Oba Rashidi Ade Wolu Ladoja. So I think it's the first of his lineage, isn't it? So hopefully it lasts a bit longer than the previous two or three who lasted barely 2 minutes on that throne. Good to see you. That's Samuel Adeleke right there, watching us from Long Beach in Los Angeles. So good to see you there. And that's AB, of course, ever as usual. Ayo with the super chat already. As you're coming in, please say hello in the comment section so I can say hello back to you. And that way we complete the niceties. So that's Ayo right there. Of course, often instances, the first comment is usually left by Agbaduomo Tinubu. No different in this instance as well. He leaves that comment even before the session starts. You know, sometimes his comments actually push me to start the session. He's already commenting, so I feel obliged now not to let him down. So that's Agbaduomo Tinubu right there. Wazobia Dark Room, who sometimes moonlights as a sun. That's him right there. Ayo, of course, with the elegance of a super chat. That's right there. Setting the example as always. That's Samuel Adeleke right there. Saying good day. So that's nice. That's AB right there. Ever as regular as clockwork AB. So that's AB. Where is AB? What's going on? So that's AB right there. That's Ratel family saying greetings. And that's Dila right there saying hello, our man. So of all of the names that this guy could pick, he picks Dila for himself. I wonder what the FBI has to say about that. But say hello in the comment sections. In the comment section as you are coming in, so I can acknowledge your presence and say hello back. So the protocol. Click on the like button if you would, please. Subscribe if you are not already. Please do that as well. If you want to come and join me on the screen, there's a hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will be the first line item in the comment section just as soon as I post it again. So if you want to come and join me, especially if you've never been on before, we especially would like to hear from you. If you want to come and join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. That brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, then I'll engage you in conversation. That's how that works. So like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Say hello in the comment section as you're coming in so I can acknowledge your presence and super chat towards the stream just like Ayo has already done right there. So all those nice and cozy things. So all those nice and cozy things, let's just get started. We get started immediately and right now. Pardon me, I'm not going to be giving you the fullness of all of the readouts. Some of them I'll give you a few paragraphs, some of them I'll just give you the headlines. This one here, there's actually a preemptive strike by way of a video clip. So let me play you the video clip that actually lines this one up. I had it downloaded. So let me play you the video clip that actually lines this one up. Yes, let me play you this. Right, so that was at the coronation of the Olubadan, of course, and unmistakably the heart of the red cap of Rabiu Kwakwanso right there and also unmistakably the broken shackles, the heart of Tinubu. So they meet at that event, and you can hear distinctly there, if you paid enough attention, you could hear Tinubu say, "Ha, Kwakwansia." So the narrative then of Rabiu Kwakwanso crossing over to the APC, it continues to gain momentum. And soon enough, we're expecting that announcement to come through. Tinubu meets with Kwakwanso, two other powerful former governors. So I think we saw Adedibu or some the former Oyo State governor right there. President Bola Tinubu on Friday, September the 26th, reunited with prominent political figures during the coronation of Oba Rashid Adewolu Ladoja as the new Olubadan of Ibadan. The event, held at the historic Mapo Hall in Ibadan, Oyo State, drew a large gathering of dignitaries and traditional rulers. Let's take that from top again. President Bola Tinubu on Friday, September the 26th, reunited with prominent political figures during the coronation of Oba Rashid Adewolu Ladoja as the new Olubadan of Ibadan. The event, held at the historic Mapo Hall in Ibadan, Oyo State, drew a large gathering of dignitaries and traditional leaders. Amongst those who exchanged pleasantries with the president were former Kano State Governor and New Nigeria People's Party NNPP leader Senator Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso, former Osun Governor Olagunsoye Onyilola, and former Ogun State Governor Ibikunle Amosun. So that was Ibikunle Amosun right there that we saw in that just caption there, that video clip. I was going to say supporting Kwakwanso to go and visit to go and greet Tinubu, but it's not really supporting him. They were just in company. They were gathered together to visit to greet Tinubu. The event, held at the historic Mapo Hall in Ibadan, Oyo State, drew a large gathering of dignitaries and traditional leaders. Amongst those who exchanged pleasantries with the president were former Kano State Governor and New Nigeria People's Party NNPP leader Senator Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso, former Osun State Governor Olagunsoye Onyilola, and former Ogun State Governor, that should say, Ibikunle Amosun. A short video of the encounter, shared by presidential aide Dada Olusegun on X, showed Tinubu in a warm handshake with Kwakwanso, who contested against him in the 2023 general elections. Kwakwanso, running on the NNPP platform, finished fourth in the poll with 2.23% of the votes. So it is quite I was going to say it was quite a seminal moment right there. That meeting and greeting right there. It's not just a casual meeting and greeting at an event. You have to understand that. So we're talking about the installation of the Olubadan. So now the Olubadan is one of the most powerful stools in Yoruba land. There's even an argument to suggest that stool is actually more powerful than the Alaafin of Oyo. There's an argument that stool is more powerful than the Alaafin, but it's a very prominent, powerful stool in Yoruba land, the Olubadan stool, and it's also a very prominent, powerful stool in Islam, because the backdrop of Ibadan is very much Islamic. It's a very Islamic sort of a space, Ibadan. So there's all of those elements in play. So all of that then might justify Rabiu Kwakwanso being there. But Rabiu Kwakwanso being there was a political move. I think you don't even need me to tell you that. So Rabiu Kwakwanso had no business there. It's not an Ibadan man. It's not an Oyo man. It's not even a prominent, I say the Olubadan stool is a powerful stool, but it's still within the paradigm of hierarchy. It's still a second tier somewhat stool. It's not the equivalent of the Awujale of Ijebu land, or the Oni of Ife, or the Alaafin of Oyo. So if you want to be cold and clinical, you could describe it as a second tier stool. So there's absolutely no reason for Kwakwanso to be there. The only reason that justifies Kwakwanso being there is him knowing that Tinubu will be there. And what does that mean? That furthers then that romance, that second stage in the romancing, isn't it? So, to all intents and purposes, Kwakwanso is essentially saying, I am available, come and get me. That's just all that tells us. I am available, come and get me. But what are the terms of coming to get him? That's the thing. So the ideal price to get Kwakwanso would be to give him the vice presidential slot. But that is near impossible now with the dynamics of the political space. So what other price then, other than the vice presidential slot? Because Kwakwanso's ambition is to succeed Tinubu, and for him to succeed Tinubu, he has to be in the APC. Because with almost certainty, the next president to succeed Tinubu will still be an APC man, especially with Tinubu picking the next INEC chairman and he having the power of incumbency. Tinubu never lets it go once he grabs hold of it. We saw what plays out in Lagos State. He's still effectively ruling Lagos State till today. So the next president to succeed Tinubu is almost with some certainty going to be an APC man. And if you have presidential ambitions, then you have to be within the APC to be in the game. So Kwakwanso wants to be in the APC because that is the last step then for him. He's been the Minister of Defense, I think severally. He's been a two-term governor of one of the most powerful states in Nigeria. So there is nowhere else for him to go other than to the vice presidential slot or the presidency. So those are the two ambitions left for him to fulfill. And the only way those ambitions can be fulfilled is if he's within the APC. So what gets him then into that APC is the question. But if and when Kwakwanso joins the APC or declares for Tinubu, which will be anytime soon, that day, the day that announcement is firmed up, that is the day that the 2027 election ends. Do you understand? The day that Kwakwanso declares for the APC, that is the day that the 2027 election comes to an end. Kwakwanso brings in 1 million votes. 1 million votes. And it got those votes in the last cycle of elections when everything was weighed against him. The incumbent governor in Kano State at that time was Abdullahi Ganduje, who hated Kwakwanso with every pore of his being. He detested Kwakwanso, and the ruling party was the APC, was the party of the sitting governor. And with all of that, Kwakwanso still scored twice as much as Tinubu in Kano State. So that is to tell you then that 1 million votes belongs personally to Kwakwanso. So if he joins the APC, he brings that 1 million votes with him, and with that 1 million votes, the next cycle of election, the 2027 election, becomes fait accompli. Do you know what fait accompli means? It means a completed phase, a done deal. Fait accompli. So fait accompli. We go on from that to this. Tinubu orders restoration of all production in Ogoni. So I cannot recall. I think it would have been under Abacha. I'm not quite sure that they've ever really extracted oil from Ogoni land since the passing away, since the buying, as now seems to be the terminology. I don't think they've extracted oil from Ogoni land since the buying of Ken Saro-Wiwa. Tinubu orders restoration of oil production in Ogoni land. This is a massive news because what are we getting out of that space? I think we're getting 500,000 to 750,000 barrels per day from Ogoni land. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has directed the National Security Advisor NSA, Malam Nuhu Ribadu, to immediately commence engagement with the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Ogoni communities in River State, and other stakeholders for the restoration of oil production. Tinubu gave the order whilst receiving the report of the Presidential Committee on the Ogoni consultation chaired by former Vice Chancellor of the University of Port Harcourt, Professor Don Baridam. at the State House, Abuja, yesterday. The delegation was led by Governor Similaya Fubara. So the obstacle, if you were ever wondering why Tinubu acted so decisively and so I was going to say masterfully, but if you have ever wondered why Tinubu acted in such an alpha way with regards to River State, it's essentially around the narrative of that Ogoni land oil. He needs that oil in order to fulfill his agenda, his policies. He needs Ogoni land to be producing oil, and he doesn't need a hothead there to be rebel rousing. So they've managed to calm down the what is it called, the insurgents or whatever they are called. So now the governor was trying to kick it off. So he needed to act in a decisive manner to calm that space down because he wants that oil from Ogoni land. I wonder who will get the license to Ogoni land. I bet it will be O&O Oil. Tinubu orders restoration of oil production in Ogoni. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has directed the National Security Advisor NSA Malam Nuhu Ribadu to immediately commence engagement with the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPC) and Ogoni communities in River State and other stakeholders for the restoration of oil production. Tinubu gave the order whilst receiving the report of the Presidential Committee on the Ogoni consultations, chaired by former Vice-Chancellor of the University of Port Harcourt, Professor Don Baridam, at the State House, Abuja, yesterday. The delegation was led by Governor Similaya Fubara. Oil exploration in Ogoni land, and yes, like I said, I think it was in 1993 that they actually stopped it. Oil exploration in Ogoni land was halted in 1993 following widespread protest by the indigenes against environmental degradation. The incident led to the execution of writer and activist Ken Saro-Wiwa and 8 others known as Ogoni 9 in 1995 by the then military regime of Sani Abacha. So I think Tinubu actually recently conferred some form of national honor on the Ogoni 8, I think. During the event, President Tinubu praised the committee for what he described as dedication and wisdom in guiding a delicate process and urged the Ogoni to embrace reconciliation and dialogue as the only path to justice and development. This is a debate I just said. He conferred posthumous national honors of Commander of the Order of Niger on 4 Ogoni leaders who died earlier in the struggle for environmental justice. They were called the Ogoni 4. A member of the delegation, Senator Magnus Abe, described the CON award to the Ogoni 4 as the ceiling of the peace process because the Ogoni 9, including the late environmental activist Ken Saro-Wiwa, ordered killed by former head of state Sani Abacha, had earlier been honored by President Tinubu. The president commended the committee members for wisdom with which they guided the process. Tinubu also thanked Ogoni people for embracing dialogue and reconciliation as the surest path to justice and development. Acknowledging the decades of struggle, he added, "We are not, as a government, taking lightly the years of pain endured in Ogoni land. The federal government truly acknowledges the long suffering of Ogoni people, and today we declare with conviction that hope is here and is back with us." So essentially, so I think we get the thrust of that. So for the first time since 19, and if you are saying River State is the fat of the land of the Nigerian economy, the fat of the land is the Ogoni land. That is the richest field by a clear distance in Nigeria. So that's the pork belly fat. That's the pork belly fat of the pork belly fat of the Nigerian economy. So that's that. Ganduje welcomes Kwakwanso to APC, says vote of a thief and a cleric carries equal weight. So it will never finish between these two characters. It's just as simple as it is. So Ganduje will forever be throwing jibes at these people. And if it comes to a battle of wits, Ganduje is a million times cleverer than Kwakwanso. Kwakwanso is more stoic and solid and conservative, but Ganduje is more rapid-witted and very, very clever. You know, so he's more savvy and he has more sass. He is more sassy and savvy than Kwakwanso by distance. Ganduje welcomes Kwakwanso to APC, says vote of a thief and a cleric carries equal weight. Former national chairman of the All Progressive Congress APC, Abdullahi Umar Ganduje, has said the party has no objection to the reported plan by former Kano State Governor Rabiu Kwakwanso to return to the ruling party. Speaking in an interview with BBC Hausa on Friday, Ganduje, also a former governor of Kano State, stressed that Kwakwanso must meet certain conditions before rejoining. We heard about Kwakwanso's return plans. In democracy, the vote of a thief and that of a cleric carries equal weight. So we won't shut our door to anyone. Anyone who wants to join is welcome, but they must follow due process. We have rules and a constitution. If they return, we'll welcome them, but we will name it for what it is. They have vomited and now they're licking it back. So this is you have to understand that Kwakwanso returning to the APC, it will shake the permutations of so many political stakeholders because it's a big beast, it's a juggernaut that is coming back into that party. So it changes then the calibration of the succession of Tinubu and the computations that a lot of northern APC politicians are computating towards 2031. It changes the totality of the dynamics because who are the players for 2031 at the moment? You have Ganduje as an outside bet. A lot of people feel that Nuhu Ribadu is the preferred choice. There's Kashim Shettima who still has ambition towards that stool. But then if Kwakwanso comes into it, the whole dynamics will change. So that is the knife slowly being drawn against the prospects of that possibility for him to come in and duke it out with them. So that is a welcome with gritted teeth. You know, welcome. You know, that gritted teeth. Anyone who wants to join is welcome, but they must follow due process. We have rules and the constitution. If they return, we'll welcome them back, but we'll name it for what it is. They've vomited and now they're licking it back. And Duje said, a report earlier had suggested that Kwakwanso had already initiated discussions with the APC National Chairman, Professor Yewatda, regarding his possible defection. It's not even a defection, it's more of a return than a defection. Ganduje, however, insisted that the APC operates strictly by its rules and guidelines, adding that compliance would not be negotiable. So this was why they actually removed Ganduje as APC chairman. It's not that then to facilitate then a smoother return to the APC by Kwakwanso. The former APC chairman also spoke on Thursday's stakeholders meeting in Abuja, saying it was convened to examine the reasons for the party's loss in the 2023 elections and to appreciate the party did not lose in 2023. I think it's in Kano State, and to appreciate President Bola Tinubu for his developmental projects and appointments in Kano State. No rift with Tinubu. Ganduje dismissed claims that he fell out with President Tinubu, which some linked to his resignation as APC chairman. Politics is layered. APC allocates position across different geopolitical zones, and one zone may feel a position belongs to them. But since we are not in politics for positions, if a role is assigned to another zone, we step aside. That's not a big deal. The meeting we held was to thank President Tinubu, so the idea of a rift between us does not even arise. There is nothing between us but love. He'll support us and we'll support him to reclaim Kano 2027. So it's all the play for Kano State that we're seeing playing out now. Uh, so it's all the play for Kano State that we're seeing playing out now. We go on from that to this. Where are we now? Let's say, where are we now? Where's the headline for this one? Oh, all right. Let me just give you this one. Yes, this one is important. This one is important. Like I said, if Kwakwanso joins the APC, then the election ends on that day because APC has already done a lot of groundwork. The level of defection. There was the Labour Party. Is it parliamentarian that defected? I can't quite remember his name. This was just within the last 2 days. In fact, the defections now, they are not even making headline news anymore. But this one's actually making headline news. Another Nigerian governor set to dump PDP, join APC. Barring any last-minute change of plans, our Governor Peter Mba of Enugu State will soon defect from the opposition People's Democratic Party to the ruling All Progressive Congress APC. Correspondence report. Sources familiar with the governor's plans said Mba has consulted widely with political associates and leaders in Enugu and beyond in recent weeks regarding his planned move. Two former governors of Enugu State, Namani and Sullivan Chime, or Chime, or whatever his name is, as well as former Senate Governor Ken Namani, all now members or supporters of the APC are believed to have played a crucial role in persuading Mba to join the ruling party. So how does that impact on Tinubu's chances in the Southeast? That's where that question is. From that to this, I'll protect Yoruba's interest if elected president. This is Atiku. Well, I don't think he'll protect the Yoruba's interest any more than the person in situation already. So this is now this is a broad netting sort of this is a broad netting sort of politics being played by Atiku here. You know, you cast your net wide and then you see what it draws in. So this is a broad netting sort of politics being played by Atiku here. It's a lottery ticket sort of a statement. Protect Yoruba's interest if elected President Atiku. If Atiku is elected president, the Yorubas will be punished quite heavily, especially by El Rufai. They will give the Yorubas the same treatment he gives Southern Kaduna. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has pledged that the interest of the Yorubas will occupy a topmost place in his administration's policies if elected president in 2027. He described as unfounded the narrative of fear that his presidency, if elected, might lead to Hausa Fulani domination over Yoruba and other ethnic groups. The entire Yoruba stock is my larger extended family and in-laws, Atiku stated in a statement on Thursday issued in Abuja by his media consultant, Kola Johnson. So it is something eBay that is a spokesperson, but for this particular intonation, he's used Kola Johnson just to, you know how they play these games now. The ex-vice president stressed that his marital and personal ties to the Yoruba made such fears baseless. He said, I count myself extremely lucky indeed to have a wife from amongst these noble species of human beings. So we are now a species according to their bookie from the. It's not even a Nigerian, it's a Cameroonian. This SOB. He said, I count myself extremely lucky indeed to have a wife from amongst these noble species of the human race, which by this token implies that the bond uniting me together with the Yoruba is aptly like the genetic bond of a family. That this is why the Yoruba, whether individually or collectively, have always occupied a special place in my heart. He promised that if elected, the Southwest will be central to his policy making. It is also for this reason that the interest of the Yorubas will always occupy a topmost place in my policy making and governance. If, by the special grace of Allah, I am lucky to be president in 2027. Therefore, the fear that my ascension to the presidency might lead to Hausa Fulani domination over Yorubas or other ethnic groups does not only arise but also is absolutely unfounded because the entire Yoruba stock is my larger extended family and in-laws. He stated, if Atiku ever gets to that presidency, it will be back to the Buhari days where the where the Yorubas are being slaughtered in their own land, and they will tell you to get on with your neighbors. Where do I want to take this one from? Do I want to take it from here? Okay, let me take it from here. Give us Ibadan State before 2027, Olubadan tells Tinubu. So, yes, the argument for the Ibadan State is greater than any argument for any other state in Nigeria, just because of the only other argument that is as strong as an argument for Ibadan State will be an argument to divide Niger State into two. That's the only other argument in order then to bring governance closer to the people. But certainly, Ibadan is too historically important, not just in Nigeria, but in Africa and to the rest of the black race, for it not to be a standalone space. And it occupies such a geographical mass. I'm not even sure if Ibadan alone is not bigger than the whole of the entirety of the southeast. Give us Ibadan State before 2027, Olubadan tells Tinubu. The 44th Olubadan, Oba Rashidi Adewolu Ladoja, has called for the creation of Ibadan State. The new monarch, whilst addressing the people of Ibadan after receiving the staff of office from Governor Seyi Makinde, asked President Bola Tinubu to make the creation of Ibadan State happen before 2027. Speaking in Yoruba, the monarch said, "My people sent me a message to the president. Mr. President, they said the creation of Ibadan State is their priority." Speaking at the occasion, Governor Makinde said the emergence of Ladoja as the 44th traditional leader of the ancient city is a source of pride to the people of Ibadan. He said, "It is a great honor to join in celebrating the coronation and presentation of the staff of office to His Imperial Majesty Oba Adewolu Ladoja as the 44th Olubadan of Ibadan land. The joy and excitement that fill Ibadan today remind us of the importance of upholding our cherished traditions." All right. Okay. Oh, yes. Let me just carry on. The succession process to the throne of Olubadan is now well established and free from contestation, and this is a source of pride for us all. I rejoice with the Olubadan, the Ibadan Council of Chiefs, and the entire people of Ibadan. It is my prayer that the reign of Oba Adewolu Ladoja will usher in lasting peace, unity, and greater progress for Ibadan land and for Oyo State as a whole. The coronation ceremony also drew the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Muhammadu Saud Abubakar III, former Kano State Governor, Senator Rabiu Kwakwanso, Osun State Governor, Prince Olagun Soye Oyinlola, former Ekiti State Governor Kayode Fayemi, and former Cross River State Governor Donald Duke, who were all in attendance. So that tells you it's a political gathering right there. Earlier, the Afobaje of Ibadan land, Chief Wahid Akpokwola, performed the traditional rites by placing cocoa leaves on Obaladoja's head at the Labosinde compound. So there it is right there. So I just wanted to run you through the list of the people in attendance, just to show you then the weight of the occasion. Let's go on from that to this. Court rejects Nnamdi Kanu's no case submission, orders him to enter his defense. So that is to tell you then that Nnamdi Kanu is probably going to get the capital punishment, because there cannot be any other punishment for his crime other than the capital punishment. So he is saying, I have no case to answer, essentially, and they're telling him he has a case to answer. Court rejects Nnamdi Kanu's no case submission, orders him to enter defense. The Federal High Court in Abuja on Friday dismissed the no case submission filed by the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu. Justice James Omotosho, in a ruling filed on Friday, held that the Department of State Services had made out a prima facie case against Kanu. He accordingly ordered Kanu to enter his defense, as the prosecution has been able to convince the court without reasonable doubt that he has a case to answer in the alleged terrorism charge brought against him by the federal government. Justice Omotosho held that the evidence presented by the Department of State Services through its 5 witnesses was such that there was a need for Kanu to provide explanations in the charge brought against him. This is not to say the defendant is guilty as charged, but he is being accorded a right to a fair hearing to prove his innocence, Osho said. The defendant is still innocent until proven guilty, and the prosecution still has a duty to prove its terrorism and treasonable felony allegations are beyond reasonable doubt. So I think what might get Kanu out of this is the weight of these allegations against him. So it's a weighty allegation. So I wonder if he will be able to get away with it just because of that. So that's Nnamdi Kanu then being told he has a case to answer. Olubadan to Tinubu, give us Ibadan State before 2027. I think we've just gone through that. Let me see. Is there anything else punchy enough for me to bring to you? Is there anything else punchy enough? Yes, let me bring you this. ADC demand Atiku Obi full membership. So we're getting to the business end now. So all this one leg in and one leg out is no longer acceptable, and the ADC now essentially inviting them to put up yes, is essentially inviting them to put up or shut up. So put up or shut up. Expert, economist, worst times of reform pains over. So the green shoot of a better tomorrow, it seems to be springing within the Nigerian firmament. So the green shoot of a better tomorrow seems to be springing in the Nigerian firmament. Let me just bring you this data as a roundup of the readouts. So this is a list of, of course, that Mahmoud Yakubu's tenure ends in November, and here is a readout of the people that have been the chairman of pardon me. Here is a list of the people that have been the chairman of INEC from 1989 till date. So 1989 to 1993, we had Humphrey Nwosu, of course, who infamously presided over the Abiola elections. And then we had Professor Okon Uya / Chief Soma Dagogo Jack. That was from 1994 to 98. And then they were replaced by Justice Ephraim Akpata. That was 1998 to 2000. And then he was replaced by Sir Abel Guabadia. Guabadia. That was 2000 to 2005. He was then replaced by Professor Maurice Iwu, 2005 to 2010. And then Atahiru Jega, of course, who presided over the first time that power changed hands under a civilian dispensation peacefully. Atahiru Jega, 2010 to 14, to be replaced by the incumbent now, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu. What does that highlight to us? There is no Gbadebo that has ever, or there's no Ade or Wale or Mayowa. So there's no Yoruba person that has ever really presided over INEC. But does the window then open for that to be corrected in 2027 is the question. That would be that would be too that would be too big a push even for Tinubu. I suspect that he will give it to the north central or south south. That seems to me the most plausible possibility. So that's that. Let me rattle you through the clips that we have, and then we'll see if anybody turns up for the conversation. I'll send the link into the comment section again, just so it's immediate to hand. Especially if you've never been on before, we would especially love to hear from you. You know how we love to hear new voices, and that's Hassan right there, rattling off the super chart. Others are welcome to join Hassan and Ayo in the super chats as well. So let's see the color of your currency. So that's it always tickles me when I see the Naira super charts, which is to tell you then that let's actually see what Hassan is saying on super charts before we go to the clips. Sorry. So Atan comes in. It says the red cap of Kwakwanso and Tinubu Infinity Cap are stuff of juju and ritual secret called spell cast. You know what it says the red cap of Kwakwanso and the Tinubu Infinity Cap are stuff of juju and ritual secret called spell cast. Two juju people doing juju things. The Tinubu cap, if it is on broken chains, actually, if you look at it, it's a symbol of unshackling, because those are broken chains, and essentially signaling then that the chain of bondage in whichever form is there to break. It says Adua must be given credit for the formula of making breakthroughs and buy-in of local in the Niger Delta area. So yes, Adua did his bit, but he never got the oil field going. And then he goes on to say, Ganduje is delusional. Kwakwanso will totally dominate the party structure at state level. Well, they'll be working as a team if Kwakwanso comes into the APC. And then it goes on. It says, if Atiku is a SOB, then Tinubu is practically an ethnocentric fool of a Tuk. So whatever that means, those articles, that's Hassan right there going a bit ethnic. And then rounds it off with this latest, I won't say final super chat because it may well still be having intent. It rounds it off with so this latest installment. It says there is rumors within the Kano echo chambers that Tinubu will give him a presidential pardon before the elections. Have you heard? How true is this? I wonder if that was pointed to the Nnamdi Kanu space. I think that Nnamdi Kanu will be factored into the 2027 election. I don't think there's any equivocation. It's almost a certainty that Nnamdi Kanu will be factored into the 2027 elections. So let's rattle through the clips that we do have. Yes. So let me bring you this one. Even the international community now, they are acknowledging some of the improvements being made by Tinubu. So we start with this.
It has gotten significantly easier to get a Nigeria visa, and I think it's going to usher in a new era of tourism in this country. Previously, Nigeria was one of the most difficult visas to get in Africa, with requirements for letters of invitation and mandatory biometric appointments at one of the few Nigeria embassies around the world. I've been to almost every country in Africa, and Nigeria probably had some of the most bureaucratic hurdles just to get a visa. But that is all over with Nigeria's new e-visa system, where you can apply online by yourself and typically get a visa approval in about 48 hours. This brings Nigeria in line with other countries like Kenya, Tanzania, and Ethiopia that all have e-visa systems. So they rolled this system out back in May, and I'll be honest, I didn't want to make this video because there were reports of so many issues with the platform. But now, after several months, it's actually gotten a lot better, and I've heard a lot of good things about recent people applying for those e-visas. To apply online, all you need is a flight and hotel booking and a bank statement with at least $2,000 in your account. The tourist visa is single entry and allows for a stay of up to 30 days, and it works at both land and air borders. It's basically just a piece of paper that you bring and show the airline and then show the customs official on arrival, and they put a stamp in your passport. As we have hosted 3 group tours in Nigeria, the process has gotten a lot smoother for each subsequent group, and I'm really excited what this is going to do for tourism in Nigeria. If you are interested in coming here, click the link in my bio with more information about any of our upcoming group trips.
So that's Nigeria now. At last making his way back into civilization. When Tinubu hands over in 2031, I pray to God that he doesn't hand over to he hands over to the north, no problems there. But I pray to God that he doesn't hand over to a Buhari type setup again, that we just destroy everything again that's been built. You know, I just pray to God. We have to find that another, and we have enough of them. That is a forward thinker, not some conservative, ethno-jingoist that has ideas from the back or beyond. We need to get it right this time around when we hand over in 2031. So that's that. And still talking about handover, here is Rufai Hussaini giving his master a little bit of the Koboko treatment.
Ahead of the 2027 presidential election, a coalition of opposition political parties and civil society organizations has appealed to the conscience of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar to give Mr. Peter Obi a chance to stand as the candidate for the opposition parties. The coalition, under the aegis of Agobi 27, rising from a 3-day crucial stakeholders meeting in Abuja, stated that the duo contesting at different party platforms will amount to splitting votes from the opposition coalition parties and possibly will ensure a smooth sail of the APC to victory. Joining us on this show to discuss their plea to former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and why they feel it doesn't stand a chance against President Tinubu is Prince Tony Akene.
Can you hear me because of time? Real quickly. See, with the way you're going...
Very well, very well.
At this rate that you are begging Jonathan, you're begging Atiku, at this rate, I'm sure maybe you probably beg Tinubu to step down for Peter Obi in 2027 because...
Not at all.
No, but that's what you're saying invariably. I mean, a lot of people have asked, what is wrong with Peter Obi competing in an open campaign? So can't he go ahead and face Atiku in an open primary? Because that's what some of the people against him normally say. That, he wants everything to be done for him already and he just emerges. That he should go and campaign in an open campaign. And you said he has an impeachable record. People are saying that against him. They are saying a lot of things against him. In his state, for instance, they are saying, you didn't turn the state into paradise. Some of the opposition figures against him are saying, you didn't turn the state into paradise when you were there. They are also talking about money that was kept in safe havens, although Mr. Peter Obi has come to explain himself on that, but these things keep coming up. They are also talking about his support for, groups and not being able to condemn activities of insecurity in the Southeast. A lot of people are also saying things like, oh, he didn't do as much as he claimed. He was also hypocritical in his time. So why is he being shielded? Why can't he be made to run in an open contest against Atiku Abubakar and the best man wins? Why are we begging everybody? That's why I say at this rate, maybe we'll probably beg Tinubu to also step down for him.
It is illogical to add Tinubu to the fray or to the table in this particular case, because what we have done is to identify Nigerians or leaders who have the compassion and the pulse of the people as a priority in their individual commitments.
So President Tinubu doesn't have the pulse of the people
that Tinubu
and the compassion.
No, I don't. With all due respect, I don't believe he's one. So that is why he's not in the equation. Then before now, don't forget all the things that can be said, every rot that can be put by opposition against a quality candidate. It's not the first time. Awolowo struggled almost the last quarter of his life, or more than the last quarter of his life, trying to become the president of Nigeria. Nobody gave him a chance. But when the man lay still in death, even the Ikemba of Inewi, or Ikemba Inewi, said here lies the best president Nigeria never had. Even Jesus Christ, there was an option to choose between the rogue, the thieves in Jerusalem, and the Savior. They chose the thieves to be freed and the Savior to be crucified.
All right.
So we don't expect that Peter Obi will stand up for election and there will be no mudslinging or digging up of all kinds of materials to malign him. Okay. But like you said it yourself, Mr. Rufai, that he has come and explained it. And I'm sure you were satisfied when Mr. Obi explained that.
Mr. Kenny, thank you so much. I believe your point has been established this morning.
Oh, all right. So there it is right there. The table is finally starting to turn. And all of these things that we've been saying, the missing monies, the bad administration of Anambra State, no abiding legacy, everything, a total failure. Even the people of Anambra State said so at the time. So the rebranding, and even Rufai said, he was asking that, are you suggesting that it's impossible now to say Tinubu doesn't have compassion for the people? He has his finger on the pulse of the nation. He knows what the country thinks. He knows where the country is fully informed, and is acting upon where action is needed. Everybody can see that playing out, including even his most vociferous critics, and the audacity, the arrogance of the indolence and insolence of drawing parallels between some semi-literate guy from Oka and Awolowo. I mean, the insults, it continues to take a different dynamism. Can you imagine that? That guy should be stoned on the streets just for that, drawing parallels between Awolowo and some dizzy rascal from Anambra State. Did you hear that? That even Awolowo, they've even drawn parallels between this guy and Mandela. What are we talking about here? Some cheeky semi-literate rascal from the streets of the back or beyond. I mean, we have to stop this now. Nonsense. But where did Tinubu pick up the economy? There is Taiwo Oyedele telling us.
If I just do a snapshot of a month, because this is not total to total, I just pick a month, which is comparable month. In May 2023, which is the first month that we have, how much did we collect from NNPC that month? You will see it's nil, negative. Even as at then, we were owing NNPC subsidy payments and many other payments they said they've done on our behalf. And that is what you see when I say negative outflow. It's just that I don't want to put how much, as at that time, we are owing NNPC, including traders that are bringing in products that we are being subsidized. And that is why we cannot thank Mr. President enough for that courage to actually put us on a sustainable path that can actually lead to development. If you look at NUPRC, which is royalty collection, you will see that it's 125 billion. In September, it is 745 billion. The increase is roughly 500. And that is oil production increase that I mentioned when I was giving you. I'm putting figure. And why this one is important, most especially for us here, is to understand. I will not say people should not do politics or being political, but for you, that you have it as a duty to actually educate people to know that we are here just to a little bit more than 2 years, and the decision that we've taken rightly, this is the result. If you look at oil, which is tax, you see the increase. But when you look at the total accretion to federation as at May 2023 is 711 billion. That is what we meant. As of September, which is last month, you see the total accretion is 3.6 trillion. That is increase of 411%, which is just as a result of the economic reform decision that Mr. President has taken. And then when you look at this, you say, oh, how, what happens? And that is what you hear. Whether you are in state government and everything, go check. I was Commissioner of Finance before. They used to come to Abuja to say bailout for them to be able to pay salary, not infrastructure. I don't know you are the one writing paper and everything. How many of these state governors have you heard that they even come for bail, even loan? Because if you look at this one, there is no state government, including federal government, that are not collecting more than double of what we've had. Now, if I put it in just in graphs.
So there it is right there. So that's the color of what Nigeria now looks like. A place of abundance. A place of abundance. I've still got several clips, but I only play you one more. This one nothing to do with politics. If you are 50 and above, this is what our school reunion would look like for you. If you are 50 and above, this is what a school reunion would look like for you. Watch this.
Toronto, Canada. Houston, Texas.
Adeboyega Sholari, Atlanta, Georgia.
Tumbade doing Adepero, Ontario, Canada.
Oluwatoyo Nobaju from Ohio. Abolaji Ayonusi from New Jersey.
Oluwashionja Isimi from Maryland.
Maegundayo Ashuru, Winnipeg, Canada.
Otumba Olushola Deni, Maryland, US.
Dapo Shodimu, Fort Worth, Texas.
Yeah.
Uriyomi Lawal from Normal, Illinois. I'm an IT professional.
Makindola Dipo from Austin, Texas. Ganusi Egbemayego.
Jibade Olatokumbo. I stay in Virginia and I'm a Navy officer by profession.
Otumba Olatubosun Adetola. I'm a law enforcement officer. I stay in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm married with children.
Abimbola Adenuga from Atlanta, Georgia.
Atoyegbe Jamil Sanusi from Maryland.
Olafemi Onitayo from Indianapolis. Mexico.
Adeni Kamoshu from Maryland. Agbaki Egbe Bobamaye Akileje.
Dr. Adeshola Adeobi, Asiwaju Obidino, from Atlanta, Georgia.
Adebayo Olubanjo.
For Ogunlana, Giwa Egbe Bobamaye Asiwaju Akileje. I live in Maryland. Thank you.
Otumba Olalekun Akinyemi, Aṣojú Giwa, US, North America. Mo wà ní Augusta, Georgia. I'm a banker by profession.
Yemi Adeniyi from Maryland.
Adegoke Adedina from Minnesota, registered nurse.
So there it is right there. All this cool thing is it's essentially a narrative of one-upmanship. It's how well have you done is essentially what's the question. This is why a lot of people don't attend those. It's a case of one-upmanship. I better pass my neighbor who is doing what. Where are you in life? So I'll turn up and I'll tell them I am one man. What's my title again? We have a title. What's our title again? I can't remember a title, but it's something of Akimori. I can't remember a title. But there it is. I remember in the moment. Can you imagine that? I can't even remember the title of the stock that I come from, and it's mine to take. I have the beads of that title. I have title beads, both maternally and paternally, all in my. My wife is keeping them somewhere. I can't remember a title. Can you imagine that? Odofin, yes, the Odofin of Akimori. It says the Odofin of Akimori. So there it is right there, the Odofin of Akimori. And when I'm taking that title, there'll be so much libations that is going on, essentially in this form. Watch this. I'll link in the comment section if you want the conversation come in. The K Guides.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water. freedom o. Apa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Failati kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Oro lemu. Oro lemu are joining us after a long hiatus from the platform. That's Ribadu right here. Always a delightful session whenever Ribadu does decide to turn up, and even greater delight whenever Zita is there to keep him company. And then we have Patrick Glory as well, but his device is not connecting. So Patrick Glory, click on mute and unmute 3 times. Your device is not fully connected to the system yet. Still plenty of spaces. Anybody that wants to jump on. There you are. So that's Patrick Uche right there. So anybody that wants to jump on. We kick it off with Ribadu if it's ready for us. Ribadu, there you are. That's our son now. Really bringing out the fullness of the wallet. It says naira to naira, dollar to dollar, charisma to charisma, political intelligence, penetration strategy and capacity. Mr. Obi comes distant second, pitted against Atiku. If Atiku does compete, it's only Amadioha that can intervene, but also Atiku has the capacity to give Weiwo, doesn't he? I don't know what Weiwo is, but Atiku doesn't understand politics. That's the thing. Atiku he self-sabotages so many times. He self-sabotaged with Wike. He self-sabotaged with Peter Obi. If he had managed, he even self-sabotaged the Deborah Samuel narrative. When that window of opportunity opened for him to be statemanly, and he jumped, Atiku, he doesn't know how to play politics. He plays the politics of arrogance, and he relies too heavily on the numbers of the North, and he relies too heavily also on an instinct that he thinks the North has to be prejudicial and parochial, and we're not finding that in the politics of the North. The politics of the North is too sophisticated for articles. And by the way, the northern region of Nigeria is the most politically sophisticated region in Nigeria. If you look at the voting patterns, they tell us that. You know, do you remember when Abiola beat Tofa in his own home constituency? That was in Kano State. That was the 93 elections. You will never have that happening in Yoruba land, and certainly not in Igbo land. They are very, very sophisticated in the way they vote in elections in the North, the most sophisticated electoral region in Nigeria. But the panel slowly assembling. So after after a moment away from the platform, we have Ogbeni back as well, and of course the elegance that is has Valiant. So really, an 8-star cast already been put together. We started off then with 5-7 minutes monologue, just not to hold people in abeyance for too long. Kick it off with Ribadu, who joins us after several months away. Ribadu, you there?
Hey, hello, good morning.
Salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you okay. Can you?
Odima.
Odima, there it is. The Wazobia completed. Bawoni.
You know, I have a more soft spot for the Igbos than the Yoruba, so I can't answer you back.
All right. I didn't actually think you would be able to know that one, but it's really good to hear. I was even thinking about it just the other day. You know, I wanted to call you, but I never got around to it. But you know, good to have you back. So how have you been? Where are you positioned in what's going on in Nigeria at the moment? Everything up in the air. You know, we don't know where it's going to land.
Well, definitely, this is the situation. You nail it straightly. There is no the condition now is no one can tell you exactly where the wind is blowing. Well, everybody is holding his card close to his chest, and man, the political calculation and synergizing and networking, it is all over already. Everybody is just so, how will I put it, highly there. Everybody is on his toes here, Sha. So anyway, what I want to talk about tonight, even though I have been away for long, my head is buried somewhere, but I like I don't know, meeting Konkoso for Tinubu, meeting Konkoso and the rest. For me, I think Konkoso is coming forward now to be rewarded for the role he played in the last general election. You know, Wike has gotten his FCT ministership as a compensation. So maybe Konkoso is eyeing for the number 2 seat as his own compensation. Are you guys with me?
Yes, but how do we navigate Kashim Shettima is the thing. Now, we've been permutating that, but we don't know how to navigate Kashim Shettima.
Well, I think if you can recall our last conversation, the last program I came on the platform, I told you that the North really underestimated Tinubu in a very, very dangerous way, you know. And I think now we are working, white are working, and he really took us by surprise, and he did well. But still, his policies, it's fine, but still it's not yet time to see the dividend of his policies. That is why everybody is almost fed up with his government in the North, especially in the North here, because such sophistication of his policies takes time for the filtration to come to light. That it's one. So it takes only people with deep understanding of government policy to understand really what he tried. But I think if the APC government tried to do away with Kashim Shettima, then definitely I think they are going to run down their political calculations. Because as I told you, in the whole North, the only people, the other parts of the country that can match North Naira to Naira, policy to policy, strategy is the Yoruba nation, right? And also, the only people that can, that we, the House of Fulani, fear the most in the North is the Kanuris, where the Kashim Shettima comes from. If you can recall, the combination of late Abiola, MKO Abiola, and his VP, Babagana Kingibe, was a success because of that combination, which was also the same combination that was mirrored with Tinubu and Kashim Shettima. But if Tinubu did not play it cool and allow Kashim Shettima to go, especially in an unsuitable manner, I don't think he can come back to that seat. And this, give me just a minute to convince you. I don't know if you have seen this another angle that is coming off from Bauchi. That is the current governor of Bauchi being matched with Goodluck Ebele Jonathan as president and vice president. That is a very, if you take into consideration some few political indices, there is a really strong and very viable opposition building up. Because if Tinubu do away with Kashim Shettima, and Kashim Shettima end up being in the camp or axis of Goodluck Ebele Jonathan and Kauram Bauchi, and then also there is a very powerful PDP player, that is the former governor of Jigawa State, Sule Lamido. That guy has been a loyal PDP. He has never left the party, not even once. And also, if you factor in a Rufai and Co, plus the blessing of Kashim Shettima, it will be very easy for these people to sway in people like Atiku Abubakar to give up and back them. So I don't know if you see that block building up and coming up.
No, I do see that block. Sorry, Ribadu. I do see that block. But the Bala Mohammed combination, Goodluck Jonathan, I think that will hit more at the Atiku votes than it would at the Tinubu votes. I think it would take more from Atiku than Tinubu if they present that field.
If that ticket come to be, Atiku will back down. I assure you of that. Because he's running out of steam. Most of his ambition now is just is more like an ego. Try to see that he bring down Tinubu government, that's all. I don't think he have it in him to really go for another round hard-heartedly. You get me? And also, this Kashim Shettima side, this Kashim Shettima angle, because Tinubu is trying to trade. One thing that I know that Tinubu want to do, or the APC calculations want to do, they want to have Kano at all costs. And everybody knows without Kwankwaso, they cannot get Kano. Do you understand? So he's trying to trade any other possible card he is holding to get Kano at all costs. And the only way he can get Kano is by offering something very big to Kwankwaso, which is only VP that Kwankwaso will be after. And I told you earlier on,
get Kano without Kwankwaso.
He cannot get Kano without Kwankwaso. He cannot. There is no way. There is no doubt about that.
Get Kano without Kwankwaso.
Hold on, Zita. In the last cycle of elections, Ganduje was the governor of Kano State. APC was in charge, and they didn't even get half the votes of Kwankwaso. In this instance, NMPC is in charge of that state. So how can he get Kwankwaso when all the cards were in his favor? Anyway, carry on, Ribadu. I don't agree with you, Zita.
You understand what I'm saying? And oh God, I even wanted to make a point, but she distracted me. What was I about to say?
No, you were speaking to the permutations that would have Atiku step down for the Bala Mohammed, Goodluck Jonathan ticket. But then, of course, Obi factors into that as well. So,
yeah, I know. I'm trying to give you the angle from the north before I cross over. Okay. What I'm trying to say is this. Okay. I don't know if you recall. I once told you that Kwankwaso refused to back Atiku because he has because if Atiku wins, there is no chance for him to be a president, right? Because after 8 years of Atiku, it's going back to the south. That was why he refused to back Atiku, right? And now he is having that chance by becoming VP. It means after Tinubu finished his 8-year tenure, him being the VP on the last lap, Tinubu can easily back him, you understand, to be the next VP, president from the north. So that is the calculation. And Tinubu is smart enough, or his team are smart enough to see that, right? And now, if they compensate him for that part he played in the last election, offering him the VP seat, well, he may deliver Kanu, maybe, or maybe 50-50, or I don't know how to say, because Kano, they are mercurial in nature politically. You understand? Even though the guy, he absolutely has Kano in his grasp. But my fear or my presumption is this. If Kashim Shettima did not leave that seat willingly, right? Because Kanuri people, they are something entirely, right? They are not like us, Hausa Fulanis. They are something, they are more advanced, more sophisticated. You understand? That is why we never be on opposite side with them. We always work with them hand in hand because we know what they are capable of. No any other Fulani or Hausa ruler has ever opposed a Kanuri man. We always come along with them. The only thing we do is we never let them get ahead of us, right? But this time around, if APC made a mistake of letting Kashim Shettima and then give them the room or the opportunity to rally from Sokoto. Mind you, Sokoto also is against APC. Tambuwal is there and Diko. You understand? So if you put all this from Sokoto, Jigawa, Yobe, Maiduguri, Adamawa, Gombe, Taraba, you understand? If you put all this individually, they might not seem to stand for something, but if you put them together, they will mass what Kano, or even more what Kano can offer Asiwaju. So this is my opinion. I may be wrong, but this is my own calculation that it's one. So if you put this together, right, till we see what the opposition, and plus Nasiru Erufai in Kaduna and his core, you understand? So till we see what the opposition will cook against APC, then we can factor in the other part of the river, that is OB and rest and C. So, but it's still coming. Maybe by early next year, things will come to shape. So this is my take on it.
Rivaldo, we crunched those numbers just as early as the last session that we had. In fact, it got quite, Zita and I, we were quite loud eventually when we were duking it out over the numbers. So we were running through the numbers, and Rabi Kwakwanso, he has approximately, he got 900 and something thousand votes in Kano. So we rounded it off to 1 million votes. The votes coming out of Borno State was about 250,000. We can't really say that Kashim Shettima brought those votes, but let's say Kashim Shettima did bring that vote. It's a simple matter of numbers, isn't it? And also, Rabi Kwakwanso is a powerful figure within the Northwest and within the Hausa Fulani space, and is the nearest next thing to Buhari that occupies that heart and mind of the Talakawas. You know, so there are elements of Buhari votes that we automatically gravitate to Kwakwanso as well, because it's the nearest in terms of the texture of his politics to Buhari. So if you crunch all of the numbers, what Tinubu will lose from jettisoning Kashim Shettima is significantly less than what he will gain from having Kwakwanso. But bringing Kwakwanso in is not even only Kashim Shettima that he has to surmount. There are a lot of heavy hitters. There's a Nuhu Ribadu, who a lot of people are also championing as a possible source. He's the front runner at the moment in the north, alongside Kashim Shettima. So he's the Hausa Fulani option, Kashim Shettima. So, and then you have Kanduje, who detests Kwakwanso. So for you to bring him from the outside and give him the vice presidential seat is not just the Kashim Shettima prize. There's a lot of heavy hitter stakeholders of northern extraction that might not be comfortable with the idea. But if they want to get him in and the vice presidential slot is not available, what can they give him to say? Because like you said, it was the Minister of Finance, I think under the Obasanjo space, it's been a two-time
Minister of Defense.
Sorry,
was a Minister of Defense.
Minister of Defense. I meant,
Yeah.
of course, Minister of Defense under the Obasanjo space. He was a two-term governor of one of the top 3 states in Nigeria. So I'm not quite
And
sure.
a senator.
And a senator. So I'm not quite
Yeah.
sure. Ministerial something is not enough for Kwakwanso anymore. You know, you can't. What minister is bigger than the Minister of Defense? So what are you? So what can they offer him outside of the vice presidential slot that will persuade him?
Nothing. That is the reason why he stayed out of the government this time around. Unlike Wike that accepted FCT ministership. You understand? Nothing. There is nothing they can offer him apart from that VP.
What about that Wike slot? Even that's
He won't smell any seat.
That's a gold standard seat, though. If they offered him the FCT, I think the FCT might persuade him. You know, if they offered him Wike's place,
it will not, because the man has tested power far beyond that. You understand? Like the way they said, if a man tested political power, is like a lion testing a human blood for the first time. Nothing will do him. He is far above that. He is a person that has a very huge ego. You understand? And I want to come back to the point you make. One man, please don't underestimate. Don't underestimate sentimental flavor in the north when it comes to politics. Mind you, Konkoso is half Yoruba. Sure, you know. Do you understand?
I didn't know that. Was that why he turned up at the Olubado or something?
I don't know, but one thing I know for sure is he's not Hausa Fulani. Do you understand? He is Hausa something, but he's never Hausa Fulani. Do you understand? So don't underestimate the sentiments or the emotions. You understand? Because look at how, if he hadn't been, he happened to be of the same stock like Ganduje wouldn't have the guts to deal with him the way he did. Do you understand what I'm saying? They are of different caliber. So I'm still coming back to your point. Don't think because he can give maybe 1 million vote to APC and think it's worth for Kashim Shettima to be crucified. No, because Kashim Shettima is not just him alone. Kashim Shettima has built people. He has built platform, he has built connection, he has built systems. You understand? System that he can turn to, people that he made them to be something in societies, in grassroots politics, not just in Borno. You understand? Not just in Borno, in Adamawa, in Yobe, in various places. He's a man that built underground. You understand? Konkoso is using brute popularity, cruel population. You understand? That we can give him, no doubt about that. He's popular, he's well liked. But believe me, well, time will tell. You understand? But believe me, do you see these people that I mentioned? Don't underestimate what they can garner and put together, especially if the APC allow the real Hausa Fulanis come together with the Kanuris nation and put together. Wallahi, they cannot. You understand? As you know me, I always tell my mind, irrespective of what it is. You understand? But this opposition that is developing gradually, one after the other, you will see it till it come to almost end. You will see how those people that people were thinking will stand, people like Atiku Abubakar, they will pull down. Because Atiku Abubakar is not just him now. He has children, his own biological children that he is grooming for power, like in Adamawa State. You understand? Children that he is working for to put into the system. So if you factor into that into the equation, even for that, he will make room. He will make some certain compromises. Do you understand? After all, the guy is getting old. Most of his investment has taken a lot of hit from the last campaigning. Do you understand? But do you see people that have vengeance in their political psychology, people like Erufai, if they come and match Nasru Erufai, if they come bound together, what they will garner and the kind of mind they use, you understand, the kind of calculation they use, I don't think it will be worthwhile for APC or for Tinubu administration to sacrifice Kashim Shettima. I'm even hoping let them do that, because eventually they will lose that seat if they did that, in my own opinion, okay? And mostly in the opinion of most of us here, especially in the Northeast.
All right. So, let me ask you one more question, and then we'll move it around a bit. Hopefully you stay with us longer, because we've missed your voice for so long. So all the cards might not be in Kwakwanso's hands. That's really where it is. So Kwakwanso, he wants to be politically relevant in the build-up to 2031, because 2021 is his final roll of the dice. So that's where he really wants to come into play. So now, and it carries this weight of golden fleece of that 1 million vote. So where he has to also think of the most expedient use of his clout. So where does he pack the most? So he has to make the calculation as to who will win that 2027 elections. And his decision really is either ADC, of course it's not going to go with Peter Obi, so it's either the ADC, the PDP, or the APC. So he has to make the decision where to pack his support in order to be relevant in 2027, because anybody that wins 2027, it's the same thing that happened to, if you go against them, then you pay a heavy price. So he has to shift some of his ambitions and renegotiate himself back into that relevance for 2027. So is it not the case that he's also under pressure to drop his lofty ambitions in order to come into play for the politics of 2031?
Well, yeah, you have spelled it. You have spelled it out very clearly. If he is to survive, if is he to remain relevant in the Nigerian polity, right? He just have to lower down his standard. His ego has to calm down. You understand? But if he forces his ambition, and then he eventually succeeded getting that VP nomination, they are not going to win that election. Unless if he is still going to tolerate Tinubu Kashim ticket to continue, then maybe let him take any of one of the most powerful offices available in the country, maybe even UN ambassadorship, you understand, or something of that relevancy. But if he said no, he's going to be like Atiku Abubakar. Eventually, the fate of Atiku is going to affect him. If he said he's not going to compromise, he eventually is going to retire himself into politics. That is the only thing I see as far as I can think. You understand? I don't know what will happen. Politics is a terrible thing, It's so this is just what I will have to say. And I think even Tinubu himself, sorry, let me round it. Even President Tinubu already, he has already proven his extreme intelligence politically. I think he should be able to see that. So this is my take. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. That's the excellent rebuttal. So you see now what we may say is just the brilliance of the man. So stay with us just for as long as you can. Rebuttal. We'll move it around quickly. We do 5-7 minutes monologue as we said. We go on to Ogbeni with the permission of everybody. It's just because voices that we've not heard in a while. We go to Ogbeni, see where he's positioned in the politics. Ogbeni, Oto Jameta. Professor Dr. Alaji.
Oh my, it's been a very long wow. So sorry. I showed up at the show sometimes I think about a week ago, but it was I think late, very, very late in the morning. I greet everyone. I greet all the panelists. I think I can hear Madam Sita there, and then Ogbeni Ribadu that just spoke now. It's been a long time. So, Woma, what do you want me to talk about? Let me probably quickly share my idea of maybe on the issue just discussed by Ribadu. to start with, as far as I'm concerned, with what I'm seeing so far, whether or not Shetima is on the next presidential ticket, Tinubu has a very, very strong potential in the next election. Why? For one single reason. There is no credible opposition, no opposition that has that weight enough to wrestle power with Tinubu. That's what I see. Now, somebody spoke about Goodluck Jonathan and Bala Mohammed. And I'm beginning to wonder, okay, two things you have to think about in election before you start narrowing it down on maybe northwest or northeast or Asafilani. First thing you need to think about in an election is which political party do they want to fly their flag? PDP, ADC, Labour, which of it? Now, if you're saying PDP, how do you get the loyalty of all the governors of PDP when many of them are already endorsing Tinubu? So you will eventually get Jonathan 2015 once again. When Jonathan tried to wrestle himself back to office, but unfortunately, despite the fact that people were hailing him, he lost many of his guys. Sule Lamido, Muazu of the one in Niger, those 5 governors, Saraki lost many of them back then. They were disloyal to him. It was the same time he lost the guy in Isakoto, the one that is going up and down now, Tambuwa and others. Don't forget that Jonathan lost them during those periods, and then he couldn't gain their loyalty. And he couldn't get loyalty of many PDP governors who were just on the surface supporting him, but they were not really supporting him. So if you're saying Goodluck Jonathan is going to fly the flag with Bala Mohammed, the first thing you have to consider is which political party. If it's PDP, forget it. PDP is decimated in terms of loyalty. You don't know where their loyalty lies. That's the problem with PDP. And you see all these governors, they still own their domain. Okay? And they are still leaders of the parties. They still determine things in their state. Unfortunately, that's the situation we find ourselves in Nigeria, except if you are living in one utopian state. That's when you don't consider all these things and we can be idealistic about our analysis. Second thing I think you have to consider when it comes to whether somebody has a political weight is the personality of the person that is contesting. What's the personality of Goodluck Jonathan? That's the first thing you ask yourself. From where to where? Is it in the northern Nigeria that Boko Haram decimated those spaces during his tenure? What is he going to tell them? And then the Northeasterners would go back and be voting for Jonathan once again. On what basis? So it's going to be a very difficult one. And I don't even see Jonathan fall for this trap, because if Jonathan puts his heart in the ring once again and he lost, that will be the end of his political career and his image in Nigeria and in Africa. So I don't see him trying to risk that kind of reputation. And then when you talk about Bala Mohammed, what's the weight of Bala Mohammed? Even within Bauchi, I ask of his weight. Why am I asking of this? If you go back to the last election, somebody says, Konkoso and Ribad also talk about Konkoso having the Yoruba affiliation or something like that, which I think is one of the things that could even work for Konkoso. So what am I saying? What I'm saying is that when you look at the last election, in the entirety of the Northeast, if you look at what they gave APC, if Tinubu is removing Shetima for Konkoso, it's going to be more beneficial if election goes the same way. Let's narrow it down. Even in Bauchi, where Bala Mohammed was, they were still able to get more than 40-something% of the vote. But even with the vote, 41%, they have barely 300,000. In the Borno, the home of Shetima himself, they have barely 200 and maybe 20 or 50. Yobe, they didn't even get 200 in Yobe. It's about 100 something for APC. Gombe is 1 again. Adamawa is 1 something. And in all, what they were not able to gather 1 million in the entirety of the South in Northeast in the last election. And PDP, yes, gathered 1 point something million, maybe about 1.3 or 1.4 million. Fine. So, but if you flip it to the Southwest, Northwest, particularly you consider Kano, you see, you may want to narrow Konkoso on Kano alone. And I tell people, don't look at Konkoso and narrow Konkoso only to Kano. That's not the way I see it. Go and see the Konkoso supporters in other states in the Northwest and what they were able to gather for NNPP in the last election. If you go to those states, you still realize that even in Jigawa, Katsina, Kaduna, they still gather substantial amounts. Sometimes that accumulated to almost 15-20% of the vote cast in those areas. That tells you the popularity of Konkoso in those spaces. Then you now consider Kano, where they have almost put together about 500 to almost 600,000. So if you put all these things together and you factor it together, even if it's going to change Etima and replace Etima in Konkoso, they're still going to land on a better pedestal or almost equal pedestal. That's the way I see it. So, and don't forget, there is always this, presently there's this awareness of Hausa Fulani and Hausa telling you we are not really Fulani, but we are brothers. And then the Bono telling you that, oh, we are Kanuris, and then we are not Hausa Fulani. And that thing is already, the awareness is there. So, by and large, it is not as if Tinubu, even if he's dropping Shetima, it's not as if Tinubu don't still have people in the Northeast. But what I'm saying is this: even if they cage Northeast completely, it's still going to land on the same thing that happened in 2023. Let me quickly make this point again. So if Goodluck Jonathan is pairing with Bala Mohammed, let's say PDP for instance, ADC is still going to have a candidate. So the fact that they will tell Atiku to withdraw is not going to happen. It's not going to happen anyway because they are not flagging their flag on the same political party. So you won't tell ADC not to have his candidate. And you won't tell Atiku who has been investing not to still contest. So if you're going to have Atiku on ADC, it means that Atiku is still going to enter that same Northeast to go and wrestle power with Jonathan and Bala Mohammed. So where do you land? Now, it means that Obi also will have to withdraw for Jonathan. Because if you leave Obi with whichever party Obi is going to, nobody knows now. Labour Party has become more like a prodigal son in that space. For me, I don't even really see Obi in the ballot paper. In the last minute, maybe the guy is going to withdraw. I don't know. But let's say he goes to one of these parties. Let's say he finds himself in Madam Ekwesueli's party, and then is it Kowa or one of these parties and he wants to contest. That is where the entirety of the Southeast is going. Jonathan is not going to get election of Southeast this time around the way he got it in 2011. He won't get it because Obi is going to corner that side. So where lies the strength of Jonathan? Where can you really say is Jonathan's base? Is it South-South? Jonathan is not a political leader in South-South. They're not going to listen to him. Jonathan is just within Bayelsa. I'm not even sure he's going to garner enough vote in Bayelsa to pull his political weight. So that is for me on whether Tinubu dropped Kashima or not. I know Tinubu is veteran when it comes to this, and I know he's going to take a good decision by deciding who to block.
Tinubu has a history of jettisoning deputy. We saw that play out in Lagos State. That woman still bitter after all those years. Was it Boknakerele or something?
Boknakerele.
Yes.
Yeah, but if you see those ones, he had the use with them and then jettisoning them. He had the use with them and then dropped them. So it's different from we have finished our tenure. I'm going in for another tenure, and I feel like you'll still be part of my government, but you're not going to occupy this particular role again. You see, people think Tinubu just picked Shetima. If you go back to their history, you need to go and read this guy's book or Mache. In fact, I bought a lot of books now from Nigeria that I need to share with you so that you can also read. I got a collection of about almost 92 books on Nigerian politics recently that I bought from
My,
Nigeria.
my God, what a fun life you live. Eh? Do you ever go to the pub or go and chase women or whatever? Eh?
No, I don't do that. I sit in my library. My library is my pub. I'm actually writing a book on the obedient movement. I told you. So
No, you've been on that book now. It should be in a draft. We should be getting towards because we're all looking forward to that book. Yeah.
The story still continues now. The obedient are still very active in this space. Maybe after the 2027 election, maybe the whole noise will come down. Then you can publish such a book and release it to the public to read, just to chronicle what exactly are their tendencies and the kind of politics they played and what made them fail. Because I see them failing. They are failing already, and what make it fail? And the opportunity they all had, and they lost the opportunity. So I'm writing something basically on Nigeria, the political space. So for me, what's the question? I've forgotten your question, sir.
You were talking about the permutations of Kashim Shettima,
Yes.
and I'm on board. Zita and I we nearly came to blows in the last session. I was insisting that he can hemorrhage Kashim Shettima and not take any significant loss, just along the same argument point that you said. Because if you boil it down strictly to the numbers, he can dispense with Kashim Shettima, and by the way, he wouldn't even lose all the votes in the Northeast. He will still carry some votes, so he'll probably lose 60% something, whatever it is, but a lot of it will be compensated by Kwakwanso now.
Politics.
Hello. Please, can you guys give me a moment to interject?
Yeah, come in, Rivado. Yeah.
Okay, see, there is something I want you to consider. That first election, Tinubu has element of surprise, okay? Because majority of that votes was based on Muslim ticket. Mind you, that element of election of surprise has been lost totally, absolutely, and nobody have seen their hand in government policies and administration. All that one now, it's been laid bare in the north. I'm talking of the north because I am in the north. I know how it works. That is why I don't normally just talk of what I don't know. How I wish he will just tender his opinion, not debate my points. Do you understand? But it's fine. It's a platform. But believe me, what I'm saying, one man, I want you to strictly take note of this. This is not the first time I've been telling you something, and it just happened, right? Believe me, if Kashim Shettima is dropped, anyway, time will tell. So what I'm trying to interject here is this: all those, all these, the sympathy they have for before the election, the expectation and aspiration of the people in the north, and the enthusiasm of Kashim Shettima and Tinubu, because we have that phantom. We still have that phantom feeling of the MK Abiola June 12 annulment. So we see this as a rebirth of it. Do you understand? That same ticket. So all those things now are no longer there. And even with all those sympathies that they have, look at what they were able to get. Look at what the opposition was able to get. So if you put that into equation, you do the maths. Thank you.
Oma.
All right. Take us to another topic, Ogweni, and then we'll move it around a bit.
Okay, just tell me the topic you want me to take to. But my landing on that is that Tinubu was not popular in the Northeast in the last election. That's a fact. Everybody knows that. It wasn't popular. And he chose in the vote. So his unpopularity still remains in the Northeast. There is nothing like it was popular then, is no longer popular now. It was unpopular back then in the Northeast. Until now, it still remains unpopular. That is the point I'm trying to make. Please take me to another topic, Mama.
All right. We were talking about the rebirthing of oil exploration in Ogoni land, first time since 1993. So that will be a real boon for the economy. we're talking about the argument for an Ibadan state, which the Olubadan very quickly put forward at his coronation. We're talking about the rejection of a no case submission regarding Nnamdi Kanu, that he has to face the fullness of what's been alleged against him. And then we're talking about experts telling us now that we're out of the woods in terms of the economy and the good times are about to flow. And then this one, a little bit of from the left field, we ran through the list of all of the people that have been INEC chairman from 1989 till date, and it's not a Yoruba person in play. So now Mahmoud Yakubu's tenure ends in November, just a couple of months from now. The replacement, of course, will be quite interesting. But does Tinubu have the testicular fortitude to put a Yoruba man there? So give us about 2-3 minutes on that, and then we'll move it around.
Okay, I'll talk on the Nnamdi Kanu no case omission, which has to do probably subject matter in the space I love, my profession anyway. So now, I remember that I engaged some of my friends, particularly some of my brothers from the southeast who are Nnamdi Kanu supporters and those who have been advocating for his release few weeks before the no case submission, and I gave them my own legal opinion that I don't see Nnamdi Kanu not put on trial. He has to come and defend himself, and they will tell you because there's a judgment from Kenya that said that he was not properly repatriated to Nigeria. It was illegally. They use the word kidnap most times and brought to Nigeria. Therefore, he has no case to answer. Some of them will argue and said because on several occasions, the courts in Nigeria are rude, that is bringing him to Nigeria or expatriating him to Nigeria was wrong. Therefore, he has no case to answer and all these things. And the position I've always maintained, and okay, some also will argue that since Igbo and Showore are outside, then they should allow them. The last one, which sounds so very ridiculous that I've been hearing recently now, is that since one governor, one rogue somewhere in the north is discussing with some bandits in that space, therefore, Nnamdi Kanu also should be released. I've heard that one from a lot of them now. I think the most recent one I heard is from this man that has that silly son, Peter Doshe's wife. Canvas that kind of argument, very ridiculous argument and embarrassing anyway for our age. Now, the underlying point I've always make on this Nnamdi Kanu is that, look, when you look at this case, you see all these things you are citing, whether the way they brought him to Nigeria or not, or his earth or not, has nothing to do with the merit of the case. I remember we've argued it on this platform before when I said the Supreme Court of Nigeria actually indicted the Nigerian government and asked that Nnamdi Kanu should be compensated and declares then that's the bringing him to Nigeria as unlawful and all those things. However, in that same judgment, Supreme Court asked him to go and face his trial. And what is this trial? That's what matters to the judge. So when you're a judge and there are facts before you, there are some facts we call irrelevant facts. They have no relevancy at all, no matter how sentimental or how passionate they could seem or how emotional they could seem. But they had not connected directly with the fact that matters to you. What matters to a judge in this case is that there's a case before you, and your prosecutor have brought so many evidence to the court, and I've looked at this evidence. Is there anything there that I think you should come and answer? Or at least something that you should come and defend yourself? Or what they brought to court, is it so empty that I don't need to put you on trial? That's the meaning of no case submission. So if you make a no case submission to say that, look, if you put all this evidence together on the basis, on the merits of the evidence itself that the prosecutor has adduced, I have no case to answer at all. I don't need to put myself on defense. I don't need to put myself on trial. I don't believe the case has been established. Let's go. And I said, that is impossible in this case, because if you look at the case, okay, what are the charges? I won't go too much on it because I've explained it severally on this platform before. But let's pick the issue of terrorism alone and just deal with it. While you were coming to the country, you bought a transistor and you bought some equipment that you'll be using to transmit to broadcast. Okay, are you a broadcaster? No. Do you have any license, registered license to transmit in terms of radio station in the country? The answer is no. Okay. What is your antecedent? Your antecedent is over time, you've been anti-government. Okay. You've been calling on the shutdown of government. You've been rallying over shutting down a part of the country. And you've been forming your own army, which you call ECN, against the government. You said it is against bandits that are entering your spaces. You've harmed them, and then you are proudly fronting for them or leading them. Okay. And here you are with you establishing a radio station, or not establishing a radio station, but with a material that projects or shows that you're about to have a radio station to match your antecedent of what you have been doing before. And what is the government accusing you of? The government is simply saying that your position, where you are positioned yourself, is to shut down a legitimate government of the day. And then they hinge it to an act of terrorism. At best, a felony. That means you're coming to take over the government. Now, they presented the radio, the equipment you brought to the country. They presented some of your broadcasts away from Nigeria. They presented evidence, video evidence of all those your ECN guys and co, how they were carrying gun everywhere around, and how they were doing their parade with multitudes of them within the territory of Nigeria to compromise the integrity of the sovereignty of the country. And they presented all these things. And you think a judge, in his right sense, will look at all this evidence and said, you have no case to answer at all, therefore go home in peace. No matter the noise you make on Channels or Arise TV or anywhere, no judge in his right sense would say, I've seen all this evidence, however, you have no case to answer. Even if I will allow you to come first, make your defense, when you finish your defense, I can now say, okay, I'll weigh the evidence of both sides. I realize that this radio they said you brought to Nigeria is just a transistor radio, or maybe there's no motive to show that you are coming to run any illegal radio station. Maybe to say, okay, those things you have done was outside the country, and therefore you cannot bring it down here as a crime here because you committed it outside the country. Or maybe you detach yourself from your defense from the ECN that you formed and said, no, you are a content creator just like your brother Samuel said in Finland. And all these things, you still need to come and make your defense. Look, it will be silly of a judge.
Let me ask you this, Ogweni. Do you think the government they are charging them with the wrong crimes because the threshold of the burden of proof for felony and all of this terrorism is a lot higher than if they have charged them with a lower crime that would have required a lesser threshold? Because you have to really, terrorism is one of the highest things, and felony. Do you think they have charged them with the wrong crime?
That's why,
in terms of the burden of proof required.
You see, and I think I've mentioned it here before. I said, Nnamdi Kanu was charged as a way of punishing him for what he's been doing, his activities. If I happen to be the Attorney General of the country, one count is enough for me to get you down. I don't need all these counts they put there. Just one is enough for me to get you and jail you and get you inside that prison. But one thing about prosecution is that you have strategies to achieve many purposes. So the purpose of his own prosecution may be to punish him, and eventually, if you get your defense, you go. It happens everywhere in the world. They charge you for different reasons. Look at Samuel Nepa. For me, there are so many other counts they could have charged Samuel Nepa than the one that fetched him only 6 years that run concurrently. And then he's going to spend, I think, about just 3 years there or 4 and then leave. Or maybe 2 years, then parole, then he's going to leave. So his strategy, it depends on the strategy of the prosecutor. But another thing I would like to say is that don't think that because they charge him for terrorism and felony, then, the standard is so high. For every crime in Nigeria, you must establish or prove your case beyond reasonable doubt. For every crime in Nigeria. Now, some crimes, you think they are so big in order to establish, but eventually you realize that they are more like a street liability when it comes to their elements. So if what is easier for them to prove are the elements of those offenses, instead of them to be looking everywhere, gathering documentary evidence, real evidence everywhere around, if the best they could do is that let's go for the one that is stricter and let's go for the one that we're able to prove that the least numbers of elements so that we can get this guy on one of these. Well, that may be their strategy. But if I were in their shoes, I won't adopt such a strategy. Just one count is okay for me to get this guy down. Thank you, Wama. I will yield. But on this INEC chairman, I don't see any reason if Tinubu wants to go for a Yoruba man. Why not? Why not? After all, Tahiru Jega was there when Buhari contested in 2019. Did anybody make any noise?
Yeah, but he was a Jonathan appointee now.
Mahmoud, I mean.
Mahmoud, yes.
Did anybody make any noise? So why should we make any noise like now? If it was Jonathan's appointee, Jonathan Buhari can remove him and put another person there now. At least to balance the equation and say, oh, since I'm from not, I shouldn't bring someone from north. Although the argument, when I canvass this, the argument somebody canvassed that no, Buhari from northwest and then Mahmoud from northeast. Fine. But whichever way Tinubu is bringing, anybody is bringing, what matters to me now is that let them face governance. And if we believe that the economy is stabilizing gradually, which I believe, then they should hold the rope tight. Because Nigeria has a lot of enemies. A lot of people that don't wish Nigeria well, a lot of rich men, bourgeoisies in that country that don't even want things to be okay. They will complain on the surface, but deep inside them, they are not happy that things are getting better. So they should hold steady, they should hold tight, and ensure that they achieve whatever they need to achieve eventually, rather than to be carried away and get distracted with all these political calculations. Thank you, one man. We yield the floor.
Oh, all right, brilliant. That's the excellent Ogbeni, of course. One of the you know, we just have superstars all over this. But you wonder why I do it. Why would you not do it when you hear some of the commentaries we've been hearing so far? But to counterweight all of that, we have Patrick. Patrick, you're up next. Ogbeni.
Salam alaikum.
Salam alaikum. Who be that one? Now the name of your suya is Salam alaikum. Was well done anyway. Lafia ko ya Ike.
Yeah, Lango Dala. Unfortunately, I am here listening for my younger brother Ogbeni. I didn't get anything reasonable. It's unfortunate. Where some people in that country, educated, cannot say the truth once, that country, I don't think that country will see go forward. And let me flow. Tinubu picking Kwankwasia as BP 2027. My brother, let me speak truth because I'm a man of God. I worship God and I see vision. Whether Tinubu pick Kwankwasia or Kwankwaso 2027 as VP can never give him votes in Kano State. Because there's difference VP and presidential candidate. There's difference. This one going to be VP and this one is presidential candidate. He got that vote last time because of he come out as a presidential candidate. He can never got that vote as a VP in Kano State. Because I have many people say that if he Kwankwasia actually join Tinubu 2027 as VP, they will never vote for him. They told me, never. Allah Bambak. They will never vote for him. You see, let me come and secondly, let me tell you, if you say Peter Obi we got more votes in Kano than APC people, that 2027, Atiku will got more votes than Kwankwasia, that 2027. Any presidential candidate in that 2027 can get more vote for him. I will divide Tinubu to continue with his VP now, because it's not by force he will go to second tenure. It's not by force. Because I never see a reasonable tangible any infrastructure in that country will make him to go to second tenure in that country. I started building house, get one house I want to build in 2022. To today, I abandoned that house because of material to build. I didn't acquire that material any longer. Since today, one block, I never put that house. I waiting for this young man with that 2027 to come down. Because I cannot control like this. No a reasonable citizen in Nigeria. You can go back 2027, vote the same man, the suffering masses in that country. Everybody that suffer in that country, he told me he want to come again and come and buy us in that country before he step down. No, it will never happen. It will never happen. So, and for Kwankwasi go to Oyo State, and secondly, let me advise you one man, please, give us more respect in that Southeast. Never compare Southeast with Oyo State. Southeast and Oyo never compete anything. Oyo State never bigger than Southeast. Oyo State as a state is 7.97 million people. The whole Southeast is 22 million people. How can you compare Oyo, say Oyo bigger than the whole Southeast? It's a very big insult. Bring Imo State, bring Anambra State. Imo and Anambra bigger than Oyo State. Please give us that respect. Don't say Oyo State bigger than the whole Southeast. It's not true. It's not true. Stop that. And let me come to Lagos State. It's a very, very pity. Anytime flood in Lagos State, after flood, they will begin to start.
Just one second, Patrick. In terms of land mass, Oyo State is 28,454 square kilometers. So that's Oyo State. And then the southeast is 29,388 square kilometers. So in terms of the whole of the southeast, it's essentially the same size as Oyo State.
Okay,
in terms of the geographical mass. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Who occupied that landmark? Is it a human being? Is it a goat?
It's people now. What is people?
That landmark you are mentioning now?
Yeah.
People, 7.something million people occupy that landmark. Don't make you stop that now. In Thailand here, Thailand bigger than Nigeria. If you don't know, let me tell you. Do Thailand bigger than Nigeria in landmark? Yes. But I'm not comparing Nigeria and Thailand. Nigeria bigger than Thailand. I cannot stop this. So let me go back to Lagos. I'm going now. It's a very, very pity. Anytime flood in Lagos, after flood, they will begin to start to demolish property, Igbo property in Lagos. Very pity. It's a very
I saw a clip of that circulating. I saw a clip circulating.
Property somebody build. Use the money build that infrastructure in Lagos because of water. He went there and demolished that thing because of politics. God will never forgive Nigeria. God, you see, one day, politics will come and go. He will answer your question. Rather, we go to sea, go and drink that sea.
Those
Deliver
houses
me.
were
Come and.
You know those houses were being built on waterways and canals. That's why they demolished houses in Oworonshoki, which is a predominantly Yoruba space.
My brother, that is not this problem. That building is not the problem. The problem is the government supposed to go back that coastal road. They don't have any plan for that coastal. Now that thing caused that thing. From that sea, it can dredge that sea. Leave people's property. Leave people. You give the same property they demolish now. Now you, the same government, you give the approve to build. After they build, they are done demolition without information, without competition. Oh my God. Don't worry. Very soon, politics will come and go. You answer your everything I've done in this country called Nigeria. So let me tell you, 2027, I wish you will see P2B, it will be in ballot board. You see it. For now, I like politics P2B is playing. Nobody know his way now, whether it's LP or PDP or APC. No, I cannot. But me as somebody, I know where P2B heading to. Because if you know now, you begin to attack him. That's tragedy. 2027, P2B will be candidate of ADC. Go and mark it.
ADC?
Go and. Yes, it will be candidate of ADC 2027. And he will beat Tinubu front and back as he beat him 2023. You know that 2023, I still telling you guys, that 2023 election, P2B won that election. They took it to 3 positions because it's a very big shameful thing. If INEC actually called that result as P2B won that election, it will be a very big shameful thing for all those political wing in Nigeria. They know. The same thing we can do in River State, holding INEC 2 days, seize everything in River State because of that rigging. Wike, they give Wike Minister of Abuja to them. He still they loot River State money. They built hotel, buy house for America, give him a wife, give him son, buy land in Abuja. I promise him, 2027, let another president come. Wike will spend all his life in the prison, never come back. This president, this regime of Tinubu is massive corruption. They cannot fight because he wants somebody can rig the election for him. You know what he wants? You know what he's doing. Let him continue. But I promise APC people, 2027 masses, whether all these governors, the camp to APC, election never starts, campaign never starts. Masses will show them. Now then get the votes, not governors, not local government chairman. P2B doesn't have governor, no local government chairman, no senator, but he still showed them 2023. Still win that election. They will carry and push to a 3 position. Coming 2027, the same
Sorry, Patrick. Sorry, Patrick. Have you seen these images, which is already circulating? These are campaign vehicles already. You can read it right here. His Excellency Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, ADC presidential candidate, Atiku is already there. It is. It's all over the north. The Atiku is already buying these campaign vehicles for ADC, so I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure what. You can forget Peter Obi for ADC.
I see it, but remember, they have meeting yesterday before yesterday. They copy to be. She come back. She enter ADC. Atiku no. They will never give Atiku that ticket. Anytime they give Atiku that ticket, they will lose. They will know. They will know. And the Atiku know. They will never give that ticket for Atiku. He will see it now. Good luck beat him yesterday. Tell him everything. They know. 2023, 2027, P2B will take that ticket, not Atiku. Atiku can do anything, He know. So don't worry, don't bother with that one.
So Atiku will give up his lifelong ambition for Peter Obi.
Yeah, if nobody tell you, if you don't know, article, this end of the article, 2027 is end of the article. Article will support P2B. If P2B will, article is already will, because it will benefit for that.
But why? Why would Atiku support Peter Obi? Why?
Because article will support P2B because P2B is a young man. He's a 64 years old man, and they have energy, still have energy to
if you removed Atiku's ambition, Atiku is more of a Tinubu man than a Peter Obi man. If you remove his ambition,
Atiku is a Tinubu man. Peter Obi is a Tinubu man too. So nobody is the enemy of his Tinubu or Peter Obi. Peter Obi doesn't have enemy. Peter Obi is a Tinubu man. Atiku is a Tinubu man. One person is a Tinubu man. But one thing I'm telling you this morning, Tinubu will never come back 2027. Go and mark it somewhere because I see it already. God show me, reveal that thing a long time ago.
Are you in that bosque now? Are you in that bosque now? Liquid
No,
metal.
not
Bosque. Are you in that bosque now? Wait.
So it's a pity. Ogwemi, big place, try to anytime he came here, try to do your analysis be more different than us. As people doesn't go to school. You went to school. You anytime he came here, try to be straightforward. Try to say the truth. Don't look back. Don't come here and begin to because supporting Tinubu, it can say manner of things. It's not making sense for me. Try to make your way.
Quick question for Patrick, if you don't mind, if you can hear.
Yeah, good to see you, Prince. Carry on. Yes, take a question from Prince, then round it off. We've got Hassan, Joel, Zita patiently waiting. A question from Prince.
Yeah, is there a difference? I think I heard him about Conquest being a VP. So is there a difference between being a VP on an established ticket or a VP for a running candidate?
Who is answer the question? Who is me?
Yes, that was to you. That from Prince Daddy.
Okay. Prince Daddy. See, difference is clear. VP is different. Presidential candidate is different. VP is a spare tire. If you see Kashima today, if you tell him, go and represent me, he cannot go, he cannot talk, he cannot say anything, just stay there as a dormer, So he cannot come and say Kano because of Tinubu pick Kwankwasia as a VP. All the Kano can go and vote for APC. It never happened like that. They will never vote. Reasonable people, well-educated people in Kano State can never go that ticket because if you go there, he will never do anything in Kano State. He will never say until that regime finish. So Kano will never go that such ticket now. It's a spare tire.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Stay with us, Patrick. And Patrick, I still want to push you on your romantic life, or maybe when we get through this something, because I'm still reeling from the 50 wives that you say you want to marry and have 100 children. So I think Prince Daddy fell off his seat when you last said that. But let's move the conversation round. We take it in the direction of Hassan, who is fast emerging as one of the sugar daddies of the platform. I'll be a bit more rigid with the timing only because people are waiting. 5 7 minutes monologue from you, Hassan. You've heard the conversation all the way through. Give us your submission, Hassan.
Hello, one man. Hello, everyone. I hope you guys are all doing well.
Look at Hassan. You're just getting more and more handsome by the day. All the girls are in trouble. Oh. Look at that. Look at, oh God. We have gone with the, which look are we going with today? As you go and get, I have one of those as well. Is that a Fendora or what's that hat called?
Recently I had it was a conference about ethical application of technologies among African countries, and a lot of things were discussed. And one of the things that came up was around wearing AI glasses. There is this AI boom of people wearing AI glasses, and we are discovering that a lot of people are being, unknowingly recorded in compromising positions, and sometimes they will be given suggestive language so that they will say something, and then that can be used to smear them in workplaces, in political situations, in things like that. So a lot of people do not know how dangerous these AI glasses are. Some of them are so slick that you cannot even see the camera or even understand that they are what they are. Coincidentally, I was prescribed with the corrective lenses just at the time of, this AI glass boom, and somehow now I don't even trust myself sometimes when I go somewhere, so I remove them. But when I'm on live shows or things like that, I try to still wear them because they help me see better. Anyway, that aside, um, uh, a lot of interesting discussions about Konkoso and Tinubu and the Gandu, the angle and all that. It is established in Kano that in terms of numbers and followership, hands down, Konkoso is the more superior politician. Forget the fact that Konkoso played the bigger part in Ganduje's, rise in politics. He practically mentored him, suggested him for positions, uplifted him, and even, it's not very common for Nigerian governors to, give power to their deputy governors. And Konkoso was one of the few people who actually trusted his deputy governor to inherit him. And all that snowballed into, the usual friction between successor and and predecessor. And that aside, regarding the choice of Tinubu between Ganduje and Konkoso, I think there is no debate. There is no debate at all, that Konkoso is the superior politician. For the very fact that he has a fanatical following. Um, don't underestimate the power of fanatical following, because when people follow you fanatically, they don't follow you based on logic or reason. They follow you because they believe in you. And in the core of belief is faith, having faith in something. And now, faith is essentially to believe something without evidence. And if you believe something without evidence, then you are no longer liable for somebody coming back at you and saying, "Oh, hang on a minute, let me argue the case." You say, "No, this is what I believe, this is my faith." So Concourse's supporters are like that. Those red caps that they wear, I believe there is something occultic about it, even though you said Tinubu's own is chains and whatever. Yeah, that infinity sign, has been seen in Sumerian tablets, in different hieroglyphics. It has been seen in Akkadians. It was seen in Gobekli Tepe. recent excavations in Turkey. So there are a lot of decisions that are happening in the underworld and are directly controlling power. That aside, let's talk about the specifics of Tinubu's choice of vice president going forward. I will tell you firsthand that I'm a Kashim Shetima person. I am 100% behind Kashim Shetima, and I would not love to see Kashima displaced and replaced by uh, Kwankwaso. If that happens, then that will make me, in politics, there are no permanent friends and permanent enemies. Uh, but in the short term, I will work against Kwankwaso for the benefit of my state and for the benefit of my region and for the benefit of what I feel to be perceived injustice to the people of this region. Political expediency is the currency of the incumbent, and yeah, we understand that. But then, of course, we also understand that since Nigeria's presidency and political positions are usually rotational, the Northwest has always dominated the Northeast in all these, you know, uh, positions. And the very first time that the Northeasterner somehow found a way to get there, you see a lot of machinations and blackmail and betrayal and trying to bring Kashim Shettima down. Kashim Shettima as an individual himself, whatever you think of him, um, it is not Kashim that you should look at himself. It is what he represents. As far as the ethnic nationalities of Nigeria is concerned, Kashim Shettima is not just Kashim Shettima. Kashim Shettima represents the Borno Empire, the Borno nation, nation, which is older than the Sokoto Caliphate, which is older than the Edo Kingdom, which is older than the Yoruba. Which one is it? Ileife that you? How old is Ileife?
Oyo.
Okay, Oyo. How old is how old is that kingdom?
It goes back to biblical times.
That is so open ended. I wanted a specific.
I couldn't give you that off the top of my head, but it's an ancient kingdom. It's an ancient kingdom.
Okay. Okay. Now, in terms of understanding the dynamics of politics and how
It should be around 14th century.
yeah, good. Now, Borno State is over 1,000 years. Over 1,000 years. The empire is over 1,000 years. Yeah, with a shehu who is controlling, the vast empire up to the place that you call today, some parts of Libya, some parts of Chad, some parts of Sudan, and down to areas of Cameroon and Nigeria. This is an old empire with an old cultural history and with an old understanding of politics and protecting the interests of the collective. And there is a mini, communication between the nations. We say Nigeria is a country of different nations. So the Kanuri nation is looking after its own interests and has, been diplomatic in its approach towards achieving some form of, political um, opportunities and getting the benefits of the being in those powers. We know because of the way Nigeria is, uh, we are even lucky that Borno even have gotten the chance to be a vice president. Um, because this country, in reality, what is actually happening is a domination of the three major ethnic tribes, the Hausa, Fulani, and the Yoruba. You guys have so dominated us, and you treat us as insignificant, as if we do not matter. Well, I have news for you
But
that
that's the Nigerian paradigm now. The Nigerian country actually belongs to those three spaces: the Hausa, Fulanis, and the Yorubas. That's just the way it is.
No. That's not just the way it is. That is the way that it has been normalized and practiced ever since we got independence. But what I would say is that uh, we have a long memory, and this will come to bite, even if it is not immediately. It will come to bite. The people of this region will remember this, and they will take appropriate action. Whatever that action is, I may not tell you right now, and I may not know. It may be as early as 2027. It may not be in 2027. It may be in another time. But they will take their fair share of blood. Sorry to use that word. Their flesh, maybe flesh is better. Um, that said, Tinubu is going to face some. The way you present Tinubu in this program, one man, usually it's like a done deal. Like everything has just been, it's a done deal. The economy is perfect. People are enjoying all the metrics is this, all that is that. Tinubu is the next coming of Jesus Christ. It's like we're living in heaven and we're all singing hallelujah and all that. Uh, hmm. How nice, how nice of you, to have such opinions, living in the UK, and uh, having such strong opinions on the conditions of the common person on the streets in Nigeria. Well, the thing that I would say is that I am desensitized in the nature of politics of Nigeria, and I may not. I will not vote in 2027. I will not vote. That's just the truth.
Even if they retain Kashim Shettima.
Yeah, I will not vote. I kind of see it differently than most of you people see it. I know that there are a lot of things that happened behind the scenes, and what the ordinary person sees on the day of elections, and thumping ballot papers saying that I have voted, and that is not like what is really happening. To the leaders, what is really happening is behind the scenes, and right now the battles behind the scenes are being waged, and we do not know. So in a war there are different battles. You win some battles. Just because you lose some battles does not mean that you lose the whole war.
All right, Hassan, start to bring it home, just so that we can bring in other voices. And then, but there's a question I still want to ask you, but bring it home.
Yeah. So in that regard, um, uh, Kashim Shettima still has a very good chance of continuing in this place, and Concourse will probably getting some form of you know they can give him something to just like, keep him close to the government, and then maybe uh promise him something. But I know Tinubu will promise him something and then betray him at the end of the day. And that will just
No, Tinubu doesn't have that history of betrayal. I'm not sure that it does.
no. What is happening with Kashim does not contradict that fact.
No, that's expediency now. That's expediency, not betrayal.
Mm. I don't think so. It looks more like betrayal. What has Kashim done to deserve the kind of
No, it's essentially what wins them the election or not. If stays loyal to Kashim Shettima, they lose an election, then what purpose has that served?
well, that means they are underestimating his political value.
Well, others can have greater political value, but let me ask you this question. Give us a brief answer, and then we'll spin it round, and then we'll open it up. I was watching Hassan streams, as I've told you already. I was watching one of your streams earlier on, and it made me quite sad actually. I think Hassan tells a lot of stories on his streams, and you were telling the story of two bicycles, and I didn't like how that story ended. The good did not triumph at the end. That it made me a bit sad.
Yeah, it's a moral like when we come online and we talk about things, sometimes when people discuss things in formal settings, uh, they tend to polish reality and make it look as if it is smooth and it just flows normal. But reality is messy. It is difficult, but it has its own beauty. And then that is the same thing with what prevails in society: justice, fairness, equity, and all that. And that is a true example of what happens on a daily basis to the common person. Like there is no means for redress, and you can imagine if that one happens, how many go unnoticed. And go to our uh, uh, prisons and you see the kind of people that are being held up. They are usually that same type of person. I don't know whether people would understand the story the way we are talking about it, but yeah, it's essentially maybe I should not talk about it now.
No, I've opened it up as a teaser. If people want to, like I said, Ogbeni, click on mute and unmute 3 times. Your device has come off the stream. So click on mute and unmute so we can bring you back. And it's dropped. So I only really opened that as a teaser. I'll encourage people to go and visit Asan in their. If you just want something like a background listening, that's the Asansa platform on YouTube right there. Wazobia _ dark room. It just is like a lazy Sunday sort of afternoon sort of. It just tells stories about what goes on in the north, and that particular story just I followed it all the way through, and it didn't quite land where I wanted it to land. But go and have a listen to it, and then I think people will get where I'm coming from. But thank you, Hassan. Let me move it round, and then we'll bring it back to you. Hopefully, you stay with us for a lot longer. So there is a son. I think it may have come into some millions. Look at all these flashy gizmos that is rolling up and down. Thank you, Hassan. We go on from Hassan. All right. We go on from Hassan. Yes, we go on from Hassan to Zita. If Zita is ready for us, Zita, you're up next. Zita. So Zita is having a usual nap. Let's go then to let's go to Joel of Nashville. To take the conversation on Joel of Nashville on the One Man Show. Joel.
Thank you, One Man. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. Joel of Nashville on the One Man Show. It's almost becoming a cliche. Is anyone hearing me?
We can now. You were it was a bit quaky, but I think it's settled now. Yeah, we're listening. Carry on.
Okay. So I said I keep saying it's been a minute. It's becoming like a cliche. But I believe that as the 2027 election draws closer, the actors will be back because I've not heard from Kolata, Enigmatic, Angelique Coco, and all those guys. Well, shout out to all of them, wherever they may be. So, one man, I'm going to kick off my conversation with the Kwankwaso Shetima issue. You know, I think we've had this discussion in the past. There was a period when it was rumored that Tinubu was going to make the decision. And my stance then still remains. If Tinubu should go ahead with replacing Shetima, I believe the disadvantage would outweigh the advantage. And the reason why I say this is simple. On what grounds are you taking the VP slot from the Northeast? On what ground? You say you want to win. Win what? Unless you are not sure that you won the last election. Are you hearing me?
Perfectly. Carry on.
Okay, yeah. So unless you're not sure that you won the last election, unless there's something you're not telling us. But I do not see any reason why you should take out Shetima. I am not a fan of Shetima. It's not like I like him. I prefer a Zulum to Shetima any day, anytime. However, when I look at this if I look at it in a symbolical way, it makes me understand that the Northeast would not take it lightly. Remember, they've only manufactured or produced what's his name again? Our first Shehu Shagari, right? Is it Shagari or no? Ahmadu Bello. Ahmadu Bello was from the Northeast. And I do not think that any other president have come from the Northeast ever since then. Now, I don't know about the vice, but I know that for sure. So most of them has been between, even during the military regime, that's always been there.
It was Tafawa Balewa that was from the Northeast.
Oh, sorry, Tafawa Balewa. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you for the correction. I knew I was wrong on that. Yeah, Tafawa Balewa. So I do not think that it's a wise decision for Tinubu.
Have we lost you? Oh, all right, you're back.
Yeah, it's not a wise decision. Yeah, Kwankwaso, you might say Kwankwaso is powerful or somewhat above average in Kano State. But outside of Kano State, what is his political powers in those areas? In the last election, Kwankwaso wasn't in the equation. So what is Tinubu looking for? I don't know what the permutation he's looking for. But I will be damned if Tinubu jokes with his vote from the North. I've discussed this thing with you before, one man. And I said, over 50-something% of Tinubu's vote came from the North. The North gave Tinubu that presidency, regardless of the fact that we know that he was still rigged. He was still rigged in. But most of those votes, or most of those supports, most of those rigging came from the North, from the North. So I am not going to come out here to tell you one man, he got more in Kano State, he got more. No, the entire North gave Tinubu that 52%. So he should not joke with any of those blocks. I would have thought Tinubu would have done things the right way. Because all these games he's playing clearly shows that he's afraid of 2027. The what is going on with the INEC chairman, right? It clearly shows that he's jittery. He's not so sure. With the non-registration of political parties, with the problem going on in all these political parties, clearly shows that he is, it is clear to the blind and audible to the deaf. that the APC has a hand in what is going on in these parties. And Nigerians are seeing it. So if you are comfortable with your governance, if you're comfortable with what you have given to the people, you wouldn't go about playing all these hanky-panky games. And the last one I feel that's going to put the nail on the coffin is if he decides to swap Shetima for Kwankwaso. Because the way I'm looking at it, even in the South, he's not sure. Because I was looking at what is going on with ADC and all that. I'm going to come back. I'm going to come to ADC. I don't want to waste my time on the Kwankwaso and Shetima issue. But yeah, on that particular issue, I believe that Shetima should not be swapped. And
Joel, sorry, you're saying that Tinubu as a candidate is more electorally balanced, because we all know that the northern vote is more than the southern vote. So Tinubu is a more balanced Nigerian candidate. Is that what you're saying?
I wouldn't say that he is a more balanced candidate. However, when you see, it is always hard for an incumbent, to seek re-election, because now people have something to judge you by. And if no matter how you want to sell the economy, whether you say it is, I heard Obeni saying it is so stable and all that. Yeah, you can say all that. You're free to say all that. But the fact remains that it is not felt at the grassroots.
No, you're shifting the argument. You were trying to knock Tinubu, saying that 52% of his votes came from. Hold on, you're trying to knock Tinubu.
Policy level, at the policy level, at the politician level, they can spew out anything. But if it does not trickle down, it's left for the people to decide what they really want or how they're going to judge your government. So based on that, I think that Tinubu is jittery. And 2027 is not something that he is going to mess with, especially with his northern supporters. One man, I'm going to go to the next one as regards to the ADC question. I'm getting sick and tired of it. And the reason why is anyone hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
We can hear you. Carry on.
Yeah, I'm getting sick and tired of the ADC. If we can recall what happened in 2014, when they were about to merge, talking about ACN, the major players, ACN and CPC, then with ABGA and the runaway guys from PDP and others. There was a game plan. First and foremost, they did not go against the tide. They knew and they pushed the northern turn agenda. They pushed it. They milked that sector. It's a north-south now. Jonathan has been there for how long, and he cannot seek a re-election. And they pushed it. But even within our conscience in the South, we knew that it was the time of the North. And that was huge. Because, you see, your conscience is like an open wound. Nobody was ready to go on the street, even when people felt like, Jonathan could have, done something about this. Nobody wanted to go to the streets because of our conscience. So they knew that. They didn't go against the tide. They knew it was the time of the North. Secondly, they looked for the star boy in the North. And who was the star boy and has been consistent? Buhari. They made it about him. The focus was on Buhari. The focus was what he's done before, how disciplined, how he's going to read corruption. You started hearing about this person. They started selling the man, Buhari, from the get-go. Yeah, they may have had their primaries, But everybody knew it was inconsequential. That the person that is coming out there is Buhari. And today, we have APC for 12 years, almost 12 years now, almost 10 years now. But when it comes to the ADC, first and foremost, you've not zoned it to the south. Now we are not hiding under, it's like they're trying to hide or try not to make Tinubu camp to understand what is going on. You cannot be afraid of Tinubu if you want to take power from him. You have to be bold. And you tell him to his face what he's doing is wrong in all these political parties. But you shall not fear him. You shall not fear him. Now, what is going on in the ADC is disgraceful. If you know you want to take power from Tinubu, you cannot go against the tide. That is the first. Where is that power meant to be? South or the north? It's in the south. Let's take that away. And does that. In the south, who is the star boy in the south? Obi. Can we make this thing this simple? And stop all this rigmarole with Atiku printing his name, telling people I'm going to give Yoruba slots when I become president. All those things are unnecessary. Unnecessary. If you want to go with the star boy, go with the star boy and let us know. I'm telling you, because if they elect, if Obi is the flag bearer, let me land this point. Let me land this point. Yeah, if P2B is the star, is the candidate for the party, the same thing that happened in 2022 will happen, but this time they are more prepared. First and foremost, they are not going to spend so much money on galvanizing for supporters, filling up their venues, which is where most of these monies go to. Labour Party did not spend all that money in the last election. People were spending their money. People were sacrificing themselves to come. If Atiku is the ADC presidential flag bearer, what will push people to come out to vote? That Tinubu is not doing good in economics cannot be enough. There are people in the South that will be like, if I have to die, let me die. Instead of Atiku to come, instead of our turn to be taken by Atiku. We don't want that. What you want is everything, Aiki. The star boy, give it to the star boy in the South. And let us move forward. Then all these resources will start going to him. That's it.
That is very
so I'm not disappointed.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so my interjection is this. It is very true that this rotational presidency that we do in Nigeria is actually a moral thing. It has moral basis. Like it's a matter of fairness. Therefore, it is imbibed in all of us as a matter of morality.
Exactly.
Yes. Now, however, think of it this way. A lot of people, and especially one man, subscribe to the idea that Atiku can never yield for somebody else, which I think is erroneous and it's a total miscalculation. I believe that Atiku has the capacity to yield, and that he will eventually yield. Now, the problem with your position is that he's going to yield to the quote unquote starboy, which is Peter Obi. And that presents a particular challenge, because while Peter Obi is the starboy to the northeast, these 5 states, he's not the starboy to the remaining 6 geopolitical regions, and that presents its own kind of problem. So, in order to secure the South, if Atiku was stepped down, my hypothesis is that it's not going to be, it's going to be somebody else entirely. And that's what I just want you to consider, not to just narrow your mind and think that Obi is some kind of infallible individual who, has gotten to the pinnacle and has such a, a great record, on stainless record, which that's not actually the case. And therefore, and there's a lot of cases that is coming up, and believe me, you have had the value. I'm talking earlier about the possibility of Atiku, actually not participating, but nobody is, putting their cards out right now, and that is the way Northerners play politics. They hold their cards to their chest until the last minute, and then when the decisions are made, they are very difficult to counter. That's what I just want to say.
Okay.
And just try and look at it in a more wider perspective. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Wazobia, Hassan, is that son? Hassan, thank you for your input. But this is the issue. You say Obi is not a star boy.
Your audio is quite quirky. But yes, Ribadu was saying earlier that yes, it's dipping in and out somewhat. Ribadu was saying earlier that if Atiku was to yield, it would be to a Bala Mohammed, Goodluck Jonathan ticket. Certainly not Peter Obi.
It's okay. It's okay if he wants to yield to Bala Mohammed and Peter Bala Mohammed and JEJ. It's okay, right? But the issue is this: I'm talking about under the ADC. Is he yielding under the ADC? Because I know that JEJ and Bala is under PDP. Right now, that is the situation. If I've not had any rumor or any inkling that JEJ is coming into ADC, including Bala Mohammed. So my thing is just this one, man. It does not matter if he's stepping down for who or who is stepping down for. I don't care. All I'm saying is this: if they want a coalition to work, you look at the star boy in the South. JEJ cannot beat Peter Obi in the South as he stands today. JEJ cannot. In a free and fair election, none of them will beat Obi in the South. That I know for sure. So if we look at the last election, Obi did well in the Southeast and the South, and also in the Middle Belt. That was where he got chunk of his votes, right? Then with even in the South, where it was only Lagos. Every other place, I don't know how. I cannot really go by the numbers in other places in the Southwest. So you cannot say that he is only known in the South, in the Southeast. No, he has his own spread. But the issue we are talking about now is it the turn of who? The North or the South? Yes, it's not sacrosanct. It's not written on paper. But it's something that every Nigeria carries, like, it's in every Nigerian conscience. That, you know what, we've gone through this thing before, and it created like an entitlement mentality. And that entitlement mentality is what we are trying to nip in the bud with what Atiku is trying to do. If Atiku becomes the ADC flag bearer, I don't care who it is, even if it's Showore, he can go ahead and win. Because we must address these issues. We must say, this is who we are in the South. The South must come out and stand with our voice, especially when it comes to rotational presidency. So that we don't start a war someday. So I think we should sit his butt, work as an elder statesman, and ensure that Tinubu is taken out of power. And the person that he supports is in there. I mean, Nigerians will be grateful to him. But he gets himself into this election and he loses. He's going to lose everything. Everything. Goodwill, everything. In fact, anywhere he's going, people will be cursing him out. Because if you look at it in the real sense, Atiku brought us to where we are today. Atiku was part of what brought us to where we are today. Atiku helped bring APC into government. And we are saying, okay, you have made a mistake. Can we correct it? And you're coming out. You come out at the wrong time. The last election, you were not meant to be on the ballot. In this election again, you want to make yourself known. What is your problem? Go and sit down. Lastly, one man. I want to talk about the issue of Nnamdi Kanu. As many of us know on this program, I have come out to condemn Nnamdi Kanu on the things he did. But one man on this particular issue, I was listening to Ogbeni, and it happened to be that our people cannot say the truth no more. For whatever experience, whatever it is, tribal or it is just being a fanatic, I don't know what it is. That we cannot say the truth. And it always happens with us in the South. We always want to be holier than thou. One man, I don't care. I have said it. Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped from Uganda. Fine. Because they felt that he was doing more damage being out there. And he was repatriated to Nigeria. Now I'm not here to discuss the means through which they brought him in. I think that was the right thing to do. Because he was causing havoc with his statements and all that. Remember, he started nicely. Then all of a sudden he got into his head. Having said that, it is disgraceful that since that man was brought into Nigeria, we've not had a court case to say, dude, this is what you did, and this is what we are charging you for. This is the time you're going to do. Every day this man keep going to court, you keep detaining him, you keep him there, nothing, judge after judge, accusing themselves and all that. What kind of nonsense politics are we playing? In the countries where we run away to go live in, they don't do justice that way. They charge you with what they will charge you, and you go to court and you do the time. Why are they leaving that man? Why are they turning that man around like that? And one man, to make matters worse, I heard Obeni say that, oh, you cannot do a comparison between the bandits in the north and what is going on with Nnamdi Kanu. And I say, how? It is unbelievable that someone will come up with such statements. Let me tell you what the bandits have done. The bandits are terrorists. Nnamdi Kanu was not charged for terrorism because you cannot even prove that, yeah, he had his bad moments. But he did not prevent people from going to their farms. He's not out there killing pregnant women or buying pregnant women and letting the whatever that is rebelling inside of them, exposed to the sun. These guys do these things. Looking at it on a larger scale, the economic degradation that we have experienced in the hands of these people, the food prices, farmers' inability to go to farms, the kidnapping in the south, the kidnapping in the middle belt, the killings going on in the middle belt. Is that not an act of terrorism?
All right, start to bring it home, Joel.
Yes. And you were going to call them for a meeting, and they have all their ammunition on their body, and they are giving you conditions that you should not take their own people, or how you have to operate as a government. And you have political leaders and traditional leaders all listening to them, and you have Nnamdi Kanu in jail. It's not good. It's not good. It shows that we're a nation of hypocrites. And if we do not deal with this hypocrisy will kill Nigeria. Thank you very much, one man, for the opportunity, and I yield the floor.
Oh, all right, brilliant. That was the excellent Joel of Nashville, of course. Been here, man and boy. So thank you, Joel. Stay with us, Joel. We go on from you. We go to Zita. Zita, you're up next. I did call you before, Joel. So the conversation, your contribution.
Okay, woman, how na day?
We can't wait, as we
I
used to
hear
say
so
back in the
many
day.
visitors today. Wait
And
till they
you see now, we supposed to do hallelujah prayer, praise singing because for that
They
one.
don't go.
Not to the Ogbeni, even Ribadu came to say hello.
Oh,
He don't drop.
that's nice. Anyway, one man, first of all, I'll start by yabbing you.
Wait I do.
You talked about using land area for creation. And I was actually rattled by the shift in standard. I remember some months ago, about a year ago, we had this argument during election, and you were talking about Kano State having 44 local government. I think they had the highest local government in Nigeria. And you were saying that why would they have 44 local? Nobody lives there. I said, Kano is massive. And you said, but there's nobody there. And today you are saying that because Ibadan has a large land area, it should be given a state. That's double standard, and that is quite hypocritical. Anyway, to the second thing.
You know I'm from there now, so what do you expect me to do? I want the chieftaincy title in Ibadan, so maybe the Olubadan will hear me and say.
Okay, so that your father's land will be the capital.
Exactly.
No wahala. I wish you luck. Now, the second thing you guys were talking about actually do not want to discuss it. But let me say this, in politics, as I said the other days, just a little thing that can change everything overnight. You see, maybe the way you guys are looking at it, Tinubu may be a kind of politician that strives in troubled waters. Maybe. Because I've asked my cousins all these things I'm hearing about replacing what's his name, the vice president, Kashim Shettima. And my cousin said it's been a rumor, and then they're not actually saying what the man did. But here and there, he hears, like if it is you that they did that kind of a thing, will you still keep the person as a VP? So I now told him, whatever he must have done, if they think and are not bold enough to bring it out to the public, it will be too late for them if they decide to just wake up one morning and remove him and come and tell the story. Let me say this. I don't even know why any politician in Nigeria, as I said the other day, will actually be dancing with Kwankwanso. Kwankwanso is a Kano State politician. And in that his Kano, without him and without the former governor, who actually have a very good grasp, and the sitting governor, they share that vote. Due to the anger of the sitting governor in Kano State then, for one thing or the other, he couldn't get as much vote as was expected, but he got enough. That sitting governor is no longer there. Another governor is there. Probably has angered some people who might swing that 900 votes. But let me keep it at that. But what I want to say is that politics is not done that way. The rancor and the chaos of changing your vice president in an election that you have some headless mob somewhere screwing all manner of trash about you, that you have one man who has made himself a customer when it comes to presidential elections in Nigeria. And then you wake up one morning and say, in that chaotic environment, the only thing you think about is to change your VP. I wish him luck. But what I said the other day, I will still repeat it. He can't try it. But if he do, the day you give me microphone here in your platform, I will give his opponents something to use to run him over. Period. That's all I can say about that. You cannot be contesting an election. 2027 election is, I'll leave it. Saying that Tinubu is G3.
So, hello, Madam Zita. So you don't support his removal, in essence. You don't support his removal, right?
Why would he remove his VP?
Okay, that's what I wanted to.
What kind of politics is that?
Thank you.
He shouldn't try it, but if he try it, he will. Anyway, I'll leave it like that. One man saying that Tinubu is G3. I want to tell you people something. Any politician that is going into election and start acting as if he has won an election, that election, 90% of the time he's going to lose it. Because the one moment you are G3, why would you be G3 in the first place? Because you are seeing one or two things or three things that are not going your way. You become G3. At that point, you start sorting them out. But if you are not G3 as a politician, that means you have looked around and you are seeing yourself 90% chances of winning the election. That's why a politician will not be G3. I've never seen a politician who sees himself 90% winning the election. Even those that is this thing, they still campaign heavily and spend money. Because why? They are G3. It's a competition. Most times it's a game of luck. Most competition is a game of luck. At the wee hours, something might just kick up, boom, and you lose it. Period. And there's nothing anybody can do about it. Now, back to what you said about ADC. They said they're cooking something behind. That's fine. I wish them luck. But let me say this. If they say they want to field a Southerner to contest with Tinubu, that is actually a rough game. The North will be playing a very rough game. I don't think they are that stupid. The only option they have is to bring a Northerner. He win, he dispose Tinubu, he will do his 8 years and walk away. Or he do his 4 years, maybe a Southerner will come and kick him out. But playing that ridiculous game of bringing a Southerner, I don't know. Because if they actually do bring a Southerner, and that Southerner wins that election, that means they have to wait for 8 years. You see that? That means that's actually waiting for 12 years. That's what it means. Because this idea of I'm going to do one tenure is actually insulting to Nigerians. Anybody, a Southerner or a politician that says he's going to presidential villa and he's telling Nigerians, I'm going into this presidential villa, I'm going to, or any presidential villa in the world that has opportunity for you to contest as many times as you want, probably a second time. I said, look, I'm just going this once and I will walk away. Are you kidding me? You look at Nigerians that are stupid. I
So
don't
so you
think
don't
they know.
you don't think anyone can do it?
No, no. Let me tell you how it works. If you want to know why no one can do it, I will tell you. But if you don't want to know, that's still okay. I continue.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead, Mazita, go ahead. We're having a good conversation. Go ahead.
I should explain to you how it works.
Yeah, just go ahead. Let us know. I mean,
When you win an election, you are sworn in. That seat, you build your cabinet. That seat is no longer, how will I put it? It is no longer your decision to keep. That's the easiest way to say it. It is no longer your decision to keep. You see that conglomeration of that your cabinet that you built sitting in there. They are now the ones who are interested in that seat. Because they want to keep their money rolling. They want to keep their affluence rolling. They want to keep whatever they are doing, they are rolling. You cannot tell them to get out in 4 years when they have the opportunity to stay there for 8 years. So that's how it works.
Okay,
When you get in there, it's no longer your interest to keep.
But you see, let me just counter with this short.
Let me finish before I lose my thought. Let me tell you.
Okay.
In most cases, that guy can even be killed if you become very stubborn. I'm telling you. So that game of you as a person talking trash, taking a decision, that's fine. They call it freedom of speech. But by the time you get in there, you being the canker worms and the caterpillar, because those are the kind of politicians we have in Nigeria. They are actually criminals, including yourself that is going there. Because no decent person goes into politics in a country like Nigeria anyway. So when you get in there, your conglomerates, it become a conglomeration of cankerworms and caterpillar. And that seat becomes a conglomerate. It's no longer a personal seat. Yes, Nigerians might be seeing it as the presidency, but it's not a conglomerate. And when the time comes, they tell you, guy, you are sitting down there. We're going for a second time. And when you look around you find out that you did not walk in there alone in the first place. Nobody wins an election alone. Nobody wins an election by himself. But your personality can make you lose an election that is supposed to go for you. So when you look around you find out that it's all those people that help you build your road to get into that seat. And they tell you you're not going anywhere. And they will present everything to show you that we are going the second time. And you will go lose it, that's okay, but you are going it.
I agree, but but you see, we also had the time of Goodluck Jonathan when he learned that he lost the election, and his cabinet was telling him not to, give in, that he still go to like Supreme Court or ask for a recount and all that.
No, let me explain to you.
Hold on. Let me just let this point. It's just a short one. According to the book, Goodluck Jonathan, after listening to them, after they had a meeting, listening to them, he left the room, went and called Buhari and congratulated him. So I believe that if nobody killed him afterwards, I believe that if a man wants to do something, if a man has integrity, if a man decides that I'm going to do this, I believe that we still have those kind of people that are principled, that wouldn't trade their integrity for anything. But probably just me.
Joel of Nashville, let me say this, and I'm going to be very, very straightforward saying it. Like it, hate it, you know me, I don't care. He can even abuse me as usual, I don't care. Peter Obi is not somebody who keeps to his words in the first place. So that keeping to words should be trashed in the first place.
We saw that with his promise to Ojukwu anyway.
He himself.
I know one word. I know you were going to amplify that word. That is the only thing you have against Obi. Which other word?
He himself know that, even he knows that he's not serious and he's not going to keep that word, period. So within him, he knows that it's a political sentence. I will sit, if at all he said such a thing, I'm just saying, because some people are saying give it to a southerner, and the southerner will complete Tinubu's tenure, and the northerner will come. That's just what I'm hearing. I'm not saying Obi said it, but if he said it, that's a very stupid thing for any politician to say. So even if he said it, he himself knows within him that he himself don't believe himself, and he knows that he will not keep it. So that question of people with integrity, and I don't even know any politician who has integrity, but if you people say so, that's okay, has been thrown out. So let's base the action on when you win an election, the seat becomes a conglomerate. That's why when you are contesting for an election, nobody can stop you or pull you back. You win, you lose, you lose. You can forge ahead. But when you win a seat, according to politicians, it becomes a constituent. You see, if you are a House of Rep, they say recall him. Senator, recall him. President.
Zita, 3 more minutes. We've still got Prince.
I'm done.
No, carry on. But land your point. It's just that Prince is waiting as well. But carry on.
Prince can talk now. Let him talk.
No, now you were in the middle of something now.
I don't finish. According to, okay, let me go next to the next topic. So it becomes a conglomerate. And then,
all right. Let me rattle you through options. So restoration of oil production back in Ogoni land, first time since 93. Governor Mba, he's about to cross to the APC. So we wonder if the PDP will even have any governors left when the elections come. Atiku making promises to the Yorubas that he's going to protect their interest if they make him president.
Olubadan. I'm going to speak on that article. Let me speak on that article. There's this point area you mentioned now. I heard Joel of Nashville saying that they should look for the star boy. That means you guys don't study people. Actually, that's our fault. Atiku can never step down for anybody. I would be surprised if he will do that. Atiku is somebody who goes to election primaries, beat him blue-black in that primary. Just like on so many primaries, he has gone to the beating blue-black. With Jonathan, with Buhari, then he used another party. If you go to ADC, they should gather money. Take him aside, gather money, support whosoever they want to support, and make sure they beat him blue-black and take the ticket. But if you think he will come and say, but I don't even know why he should step down for Obi, because Obi never won him, and Obi never stepped down for him. So I don't know why anybody is compelling Atiku. It's actually unfair. I'm not an Atiku person. You people know me here. It's actually unfair for anybody to look at an Atiku and say Atiku should step down for Obi. That is actually insulting. Number one, Atiku won Obi. That is number one. Number two, he's forged ahead with his political ambition when he wasn't running with Obi. Obi never supported him. Obi ran against him. So I don't know why this time around the standard should change, that he will now support Obi and wouldn't run against Obi. I rest my case, one man.
All right, brilliant. Prince Daddy, you're up next. Prince.
Yeah, hello, one man. Hello, everyone. Like, share, and subscribe. I love the show.
Good to have you here.
Yeah, thanks, one man. A lot of things said so far, but the last comment Madam Sita made about, why would Atiku ever step down for Peter Obi? Of course, we know Atiku is a greedy politician, just like them all. But Atiku has this what do you call it? He has a special greed. Just put it that way. The only reason why, I think maybe Joel alluded to that earlier, was because they all want to come together and defeat Tinubu by any means necessary. That's the only reason why Atiku will consider just stepping aside. Of course, you're not going to be a VP to be on any ticket, but that'll be the only reason why. They have a vendetta. They are supposedly, the way the mood of the politics is right now is to all come together and destroy, defeat, and whatever it takes to do so. That's the reason why. But just like Madista said, it's not in Atiku's nature to do such a thing. It's not. And I don't, just like Peter Obi, I don't think Atiku has won a primary based on him being a candidate that's liked by his constituents or the people in his party. I think he always pays his way out. That's just the way it goes. And one can tell. There's one thing to have money, and it's another thing to have strategy or to be, a sound politician. And Atiku has proven that over the years, the many years is contested, that he doesn't have that hoof, that thing it takes to be a true strategist, a politician. It doesn't. Every time he gets the ball in his hand, what is it in American football? He bungles the ball. He can't hold the ball. It becomes too hard for him to handle. So that's how terrible Atiku is as a politician. I said it before. Peter Obi is even a better politician than Atiku. At least he's only lost once, right? Even though he claimed to have won or came second or whatever. But to me, he's a better politician than Atiku. You were playing a gentleman speaking earlier. I was listening to the audio. I wasn't sure who that person was, but you can tell from the person's presentation they have nothing concrete or tangible to sell about Peter Obi as a candidate. They have none. The guy was subscribing to sentiments, talking about some values or whatever it was talking about, honesty or woman. You have to remind me what the guy was saying. I was just cracking up. The guy had nothing of real tangible value. He was selling intangibilities about Peter Obi like a nice guy. That's what Nigeria needs right now. But he never talked about Peter Obi as one that can actually make an impact in the lives of the people, change the country economically and otherwise. He never said none of those things.
Let me give you a little. Sorry, do you want me to give you a little blast of it just to jog your memory?
Sure.
Okay. Ahead of the 2027 presidential election, a coalition of opposition political parties and civil society organizations has appealed to the conscience of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar to give Mr. Peter Obi a chance to stand as the candidate for the opposition parties. The coalition, under the aegis of Agobi 27, rising from a 3-day crucial stakeholders meeting in Abuja, stated that the duo contesting at different party platforms will amount to splitting votes from the opposition coalition parties and possibly will ensure a smooth sail of the APC to victory. Joining us on this show to discuss their plea to former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and why they feel it doesn't stand a chance against President Tinubu is Prince Tony Akene.
Can you hear me because of time? Real quickly. See, with the way you're going...
Very well, very well.
at this rate that you are begging Jonathan, you are begging Atiku, at this rate, I'm sure maybe you probably beg Tinubu to step down for Peter Obi in 2027 because...
Not at all.
No, but that's what you're saying invariably. I mean, a lot of people have asked, what is wrong with Peter Obi competing in an open campaign? So can't he go ahead and face Atiku in an open primary? Because that's what some of the people against him normally say. That, you know, he wants everything to be done for him already and he just emerges. That he should go and campaign in an open campaign. And you said he has an impeachable record. People are saying that's against him. They are saying a lot of things against him. In his state, for instance, they are saying, you didn't turn the state into paradise. Some of the opposition figures against him are saying, you didn't turn the state into paradise when you were there. They are also talking about money that was kept in safe havens, although Mr. Peter Obi has come to explain himself on that, but these things keep coming up. They are also talking about his support for, you know, groups and not be able to condemn activities of insecurity in the Southeast. A lot of people are also saying things like, oh, he didn't do as much as he claimed. He was also hypocritical in his time. So why is he being shielded? Why can't he be made to run in an open contest against Atiku Abubakar and the best man wins? Why are we begging everybody? That's why I say at this rate, maybe we'll probably beg Tinubu to also step down for him.
It is illogical to add Tinubu to the fray or to the table in this particular case, because what we have done is to identify Nigerians or leaders who have the compassion and the pulse of the people as a priority in their individual commitments.
So President Tinubu doesn't have the pulse of the people
that Tinubu,
and the compassion?
No, I don't. With all due respect, I don't believe he's one. So that is why he's not in the equation. Then, before now, don't forget, all the things that can be said, every rot that can be put by opposition against a quality candidate. It's not the first time. Awolowo struggled almost the last quarter of his life, or more than the last quarter of his life, trying to become the president of Nigeria. Nobody gave him a chance. But when the man lay still in death, even the Ikemba of Inewi, or Ikemba Inewi, said, here lies the best president Nigeria never had. Even Jesus Christ, there was an option to choose between the rogue, the thieves in Jerusalem, and the Savior. They chose the thieves to be freed and the Savior to be crucified.
All right.
So we don't expect that Peter Obi will stand up for election and there will be no mudslinging or digging up of all kinds of materials to malign him. Okay. But like you said it yourself, Mr. Rufai, that he has come and explained it. And I'm sure you were satisfied when Mr. Obi explained that.
Mr. Kenny, thank you so much. I believe your point has been established this morning.
Okay.
Compassion.
That's how. Yes, Joel.
President, I'm really disappointed in your take, though. I mean, you know, we're both MAGA, but you see, when Trump came in the first time everybody was trying to know who is this guy, who is this guy, who is this guy. When he came back the second time, there are certain things you cannot say about Trump no more. I mean, this is Trump, this is Trump. Now, you saying that this guy was empty in what he was saying, I think you weren't being fair to him. And Rufai, sometimes he acts like somebody that, you know, they spray shut-offs in his head, you know, because that question is kind of ridiculous too from him. Saying that we know what this is. You said it here. I think you were saying it. I think you said it. We know how Atiku gets, you know, his get the primary going. We know he's a money bag. And we all know, we are not being fair to Peter Obi. We all know the kind of politics that he plays. If he goes there and starts spending 20,000, then what is the change that he wants to bring? On what moral ground is he going to stand to say, I want to do things differently? So that is the point I'm trying to make you understand. We all know who Peter Obi is. Right now, we are not saying who Peter Obi is. All these things you're saying, all this muscling we are saying, Peter Obi did this. We did these issues have been trashed. He's saying that they should turn. They should, hold on, please. That they should turn. He didn't turn Anambra into paradise. Was Lagos State with all the IGR turned into paradise under Tinubu? What are we talking about? What was the IGR of Anambra State to make Anambra State a paradise? Sometimes we just ask foolish questions just to trend. We don't even reason what we are asking. And that is why sometimes I look at Rufai. I like him, but sometimes he comes out as, just unintelligent. Just,
Let me say
one of those
something. Let me say something. Hold on. Let me say something. Can I come in?
Go ahead, Minister. Yeah.
You see, when you talk about somebody contesting primaries, just as you said earlier, most times that primary is just a symbolism. Like when he went to Labour Party, yes, they stepped down for him. It doesn't necessarily mean that if they have wanted to contest a primary, at that point, he would have still won. But they decided to do it stupidly. Maybe because he asked for it stupidly. You can still go to a party. The first thing about winning a primary is if you have the majority support from the party, you don't even need to spend your money. If the party said, this is the person we want, period, and they all agree, the primary that day, all of them will talk to the delegates. This thing is symbolic. Go and vote for this person. And they will vote for the person. It's symbolic.
Madam
Madam
Zita, it's not where Atiku is there.
You've completely hijacked.
We know these things. Not where Atiku is.
You've hijacked Prince.
Sorry.
Land the point and then Prince carries on.
No, what I'm saying is that it's not something if Atiku is there and Atiku wants to contest and doesn't want to release his to Obi, it simply means the party doesn't want to Obi, period. Which one is it too hard for anybody to understand? What you are saying in essence, if Atiku is there, most people will go for Atiku, period. Then Obi should get the hell out back to LP. I don't like this kind.
Joel cracked me up. You said that they spray shelters on Peter Rufai's head, or Peter, what is his name? Hosseini Rufai's head. That was kind of funny. See, Joel, I wasn't talking about. See, the guy never said anything tangible. How do you measure compassion, Joel? How do you do so? It's all rhetoric. And by the way, you all know very well, Hosseini Rufai is not a supporter of Tinubu, right? And him actually asking that question was kind of strong, anyways, because it was kind of a mocking question. It was kind of it's a rhetoric. It was not a real question for the guy to answer, anyways. Saying, I say at the rate that we're going, you guys will expect Tinubu to step down for Peter Obi, and that's actually a huge statement. That's quite telling. It shows Hosseini Rufai has done almost a 180-degree turn on Peter Obi, and that's what the trend is right now. The other day, I'm surprised, Joel, the way you were attacking our good friend, the barrister Okonkwo. I mean, the number one supporter of Peter Obi in the last election, going everywhere, putting everything on the line, and today you guys have been lying the guy and mocking him. That wasn't fair to him because he's saying that Peter Obi should go and compete. Now you guys don't want that. But anyways, Peter Obi, again, I have nothing against Peter Obi, but Joel, you know very well, you and I on MAGA 100% together. You know very well, Trump only touts his accomplishment. It doesn't come and say, "Oh, I like you people. You people love me. I love you." No, nobody talks about compassion or sentiment. You talk about your achievements and your numbers. When Trump came the second time around, he touted his accomplishment. He did like it or not, they were real numbers. You can dispute it or not, they are real numbers. But anyway, Peter Obi, it doesn't sell that. If it was so great in Anambra and elsewhere, why don't you sell us that product so we can buy it? But anyways, enough of Peter Obi.
We do preach that, but you guys don't want to listen. We do.
Okay. Well, maybe it's not loud enough because somehow, some way, when they bring all this juggernaut, so to speak, to talk about Peter Obi, they always talk about sentiments. How nice of a man Peter Obi is. How great and lovely Peter Obi is. Who cares about that? But anyways, your earlier guest, one man, what's his name? Is it the guy that spoke first? No, it was trying to tell us one thing that if Tinubu makes a mistake in dislodging what you call him, Shitima, and Shitima for whatever reason joins force with someone like Erufai and these other characters, that they will become formidable opposition to Tinubu's re-election. And it said something quite interesting. It talked about Shitima's structure, is the way it's built his network and how it's helped other politicians. That was quite surprising, actually. I didn't know Shitima has such a great pedigree to the level of Tinubu in that regard. I thought the guy was just somewhat bloviating about Shitima. I like Shitima a lot. I do like him, but all the accomplishment and the greatness was trying to ascribe to Shitima, I don't think it exists. It's nah. It's for the birds. I don't think that exists. Shitima's a good guy. He's a very good guy, and for whatever reason, because you look at it right now, I don't think we have any. I don't know. Maybe you do know, and the rest of the people on the panel, I don't think we have anything negative about Shitima. Why Tinubu wants to dislodge him? So, in other words, if that's the case, that's what they plan to do. I believe that it's for a good reason. It's been thought out with patience and strategy. It's not based on sentiment or emotion. So, if Tinubu ever does that, well, the only thing I would say is that it's I can only go with what Tinubu does. The man is a proven politician. He's a very successful politician. And that last election that he won, quite tell me, with all the opposition within his party and the actual opposition, and this man still won. Man, there's nothing. See, sometimes some people get to a certain stage or plateau. Whatever they do, you have to sit back and be quiet and watch them perform. If they are wrong or whatever you think they may be doing, it's okay because they prove themselves. They're not God. Tinubu is not God, but he's proven himself to be a strategist, a sound, polished politician, and perhaps the best. In fact, if you ask him personally, I think he's the best politician in Nigeria. So if it goes with or without Shitima, I'll be quiet and see him perform because he's proven himself.
Prince Daddy, I, with all due respect, I disagree. Tinubu is not the greatest politician ever in Nigeria. Because the issue there is that I would agree with you if you want a free and fair election. We have seen with the appointment of Wike and the shenanigans he did in River States. I mean, don't get it. What is being a great politician for you? Is it doing the wrong thing and ascending to power, or doing the right thing and ascending to power? What is it for you? Because sometimes we are caught up with this, trying to praise these politicians that they are this, they are this, they are this, they are this. No. Let us look at the real issues. In fact, even the last embarrassment of Shitima going to represent us at Onga, we don't have our president coming out there to speak. It's something different that your president is there. There's a huge difference from that the president or the vice president speaking in at such occasion. You understand what I'm saying? So you can't just come out here and say he's the greatest politician. You're just trying to be clever by half. Tinubu is not. And until we start having free and fair election in Nigeria, no politician is. We will always judge you by what you did when you get into office. Yeah, is politics a Tea Party? No. Is there corruption in politics? Yes. But that same corruption we see in the West. But why is it that with the corruption that they have in the West, they've been able to develop themselves? They have in Nigeria, Trump wouldn't have won that election. We are talking as if Trump wouldn't have won that election if it were in Nigeria against an incumbent. So we are talking about two different systems. So please, whenever we are trying to accord respect or promotion to these politicians, let us, look at it within the context, other than trying to compare apples and oranges. Thank you.
All right. Let's get back to Prince. I'm going to take it to the back at the top of the hour. Let me acknowledge Super Tatas. That's Ayo. And then Asan just rattled them off. That's Asan. That's still Asan. That's Asan. That's Asan. That's Asan. That's still Asan. And the rest of it is Asan, actually. That's still Asan. And that's Asan going big there. And guess who this is? Yes, it's Asan. And yes, that's Asan. So thank you, Asan and Ayo. Back to you, Prince Daddy. I'll be bringing it I'll taking it to the back at the top of the hour. So anybody that wants to come in. Back to you, Prince.
Yes, thanks, Roman. Well, and Ogbene's submission earlier, I thought Ogbene was only offering a professional legal opinion. I didn't think it was personal, and I understood what he said, and actually what he said today, he had said it before, actually, and I didn't know that. I learned something new back then, that regardless of how Nnamdi Kanu got to Nigeria illegally expedited or whatever to Nigeria, it doesn't mean that if they have a case against him, that case will not stand in the courts. It will still stand. So that's what I learned. So because it got there illegally, it doesn't mean that everything they have against it will be nullified by that illegal action. No, it doesn't work that way. According to what I understood from Ogbeni, and I think that still stands. And Madam Sita was saying, with the way the political climate is right now, with the obedience, Tinubu cannot make a mistake to replace Shetima. I refuse, or I could not make that connection. To me, it was. I mean, that statement was incongruent for the most part. I don't see the connection. If it's, I mean, like the obedience are going to say something nice about Tinubu. I mean, most of the things they said about the man was pretty much manufactured in the last election. So why would they do anything differently? Come on, there's no connection at all. The obedience are separate from Tinubu's. In fact, I don't think Tinubu respects the obedience politics now. He does not at all. Come on, these people don't have a structure. They have nothing to offer. The opposition is in disarray as far as politics is concerned. So, these guys are giving out Tinubu a free ride to the next election. That's what it looks like. A free ride.
Prince Daddy, maybe
terrible. It's terrible.
And Prince Daddy, maybe you may have to tell Tinubu to stop disrupting other parties' activities. Okay, their structure and all that.
Come on, Joel.
No.
You want him to do the job for him? You want him to do that job for him?
No. Prince Daddy. This is the thing. If you're a good sportsman, right? If you're going to play, you look for strategies to win, but not going to destroy the team structure, or try to buy the referee. That is not how you win games. You're just a common criminal if you do it that way.
No, Joel, that's not being objective. Listen.
I'm being objective.
Hold on. Are you talking about Atiku?
Hold on.
No, you're talking about Atiku, Peter Obi, Erufai. You're talking about seasoned politicians. People that have done everything.
Praise Daddy. We have seen what is going on in these parties. It is not. Come on now. It is not just some happenstance. We have seen. I mean, PDP is in problem. APC is in problem. And who are they going to? To the same judges Wike have bought. What are we talking about? Let's be realistic here. We know who is causing this problem in these parties. Let's not smoke with a fire. And the people, the actors are telling you that this is
I could only buy your argument if this were like nascent politicians or political parties.
No. Please. Spare us that. No, please spare us that. You know how Nigeria politics is. Spare us this, please.
What are you talking about? Like we are in an advanced economy or what? You know how the politics in Nigeria is being played. It's dirty.
So,
I mean, it's not like
Joel, how did Wiki, but how did he bought the judges?
well, the evidences are there.
Yeah,
When
but
you
what are the
see
evidence?
a minister, hold on, please. When you see someone from the executive going to build quarters for the judiciary, that same quarter he's building for the judiciary has been allocated for in their budget. I mean, there are certain things that we do in Nigeria and we think that we are fools. Hold on, please. I also live in another country where things are done properly. I do not see a minister. Please let me finish now. I have never seen a minister under Trump or even under Biden going to build houses for judiciary quarters. Come on now, we are not fools.
So this is Wiki is the only person that you've seen in Nigerian policies that have built house for judiciary.
The thing there is this: it say that build houses for judiciary.
Yeah, for judges, like building houses for judges.
No. Wiki has been that person that has always been on the even while he was in he was a River State as governor. We've seen that thing.
Yeah, but is he the only one that that you know that does that?
No, he's not the only one. We also have is it a Booker Cham or something that said that the wife used his position, or some politicians went through him to the wife while the wife was a judge. Come on, now we know these things.
Yeah, but nearly all governors in Nigeria build houses for judge. They build judges' quarter. Nearly everyone.
My brother. You say
okay, let me wrap it up quickly. Give me a few seconds.
We have seen investment from Wike in to the judicial circle of Nigeria, and we have seen the impact that has had in certain judgment that we've seen in Nigeria.
What judgment exactly?
No, don't tell me that. Don't ask me. It's not something I can read you out here, but we've seen.
Okay,
Even
Joe, if
in
you
the
can
last
hear
election,
me, let me wrap it up.
Election, we know the role he played.
Yeah, but what judges exactly? What judgment exactly? Which of judgment?
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, President.
Okay, let me wrap it up. Let me wrap it up by saying, 1 second. Let me wrap it up by saying, Remy, I was going to say your president, or is it the Prime Minister of Finland, his speech at the last UN session, or this UN session, was great. I don't know if you heard him. He did a really nice presentation or speech. So yeah, thanks guys. I guess Akim or Joel can go ahead.
Yes, no, I'm just asking you a question. Which of the judgments did you think was questionable?
The last presidential election result was questionable. The judgment was questionable, right? And we've had. It's not just that. I cannot just bring that off my hand. But there has been so many judgments that have been given by the judiciary that we know that we influenced. And if we cannot see it, there's no problem, and that is fine.
So the same.
And I'm not going to come here to feel that even if I read it out, you're not going to believe me. So I am not going to just sit here and just take questions like I'm being interrogated.
Was the judgment to reinstate Obi, was that questionable?
The judgment to reinstate Obi was not questionable.
And I'll
tell you why. Yeah, I will tell you why. Because there have also been many judgments in the past, not just Obi. There have also been many judgments in the past that was not questionable. And there has been much, much more that are questionable. So you cannot you cannot make it about Obi. No. So we know when Obi does the class election. So
the progressive, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I want to ask Joel a very good question. If you want to do a project in a state, and who will have the final approval and give the money for that project?
I didn't hear what you said.
My question to Joel is this. if there is going to be a project in, for example, in Enugu State now, and the National State Assembly approve it, will the governor knows about it, and who is going to be the final approver to give money for that project?
The governor.
It's the governor that approves.
Yeah, thank you. So why are you now complaining that we can build as the blah 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 for judiciary or whatever?
Remy.
Let me finish. You will come.
Go ahead.
If on that premise, I don't think we should have a problem with that, because the final approval of the people that will give money is still the state governor. So that means no matter what happens in that state, the state governor knows about the project. Even the commissioner of justice is the one that bring that project in forth, or even the judiciary commission bring that project in forth. It's still the state governor of the FCT minister that is going to release money for that project. So I don't see any reason why.
But they have budgetary allocation, right?
They do have budgetary allocation, but at the end of the day, the budgetary allocation they have, maybe it's not of a constructing project like that. Maybe a project of a certain amount, the state governor have to give a pass, and the state assembly give a pass.
See, Remy, please. That, like I told Prince Daddy, we all know how government run in Nigeria. We know that the state houses are like the handbags of the governors. Most of the judiciary are under the payroll of the governor. We know these things in Nigeria. So what I'm just saying is just this: like, we cannot continue like this. We cannot just continue like this.
Yeah, but Joe, you say this.
I understand. If your guy wins the election, please, my guy.
Which cases? You cannot point to any case.
Okay, I cannot go to any cases. Just let me slide on that one. My thing is just this: like, if we have to make a change in Nigeria, these things has to be sorted out. Now, if we are talking like in the West, and you tell me somebody won an election, yeah, are there corruption? Are there rigging in over here? Yes. After that, this one they caught in Minnesota the other day, right? That was stuffing and the polling box. I get those things, but the rate at which we do it in Nigeria is an alarming rate. And if we don't have a process, hold on, my brother, I will just plan now. If we don't have a process,
at the emotional and the sentiment part of what you are talking about,
it is not emotional. It's not emotional. I'm telling you what is going on in Nigeria. You and I know this.
Let me quickly put this. Whatever you are saying here, sometimes when you look at the Nigerian government, we always talk about the Federal Executive Council approving a lot of projects.
You can do that in the US.
So you also can do the same thing in the state. Why do you have the state council? Listen, the state council, they also give approval when they deliberate, when the commissioner of justice or commissioner of education, whatever project you want to do, you have to bring it to the state council. They deliberate with the governor and the other commissioners. And when they say yes, then they now take it to the state assembly to give approval. So what I'm trying to say here is that let me finish. I'll finish in 1 minute, then you go ahead. What I'm trying to say is irrelevant, because whether you like it or not, that is the process.
Can you listen,
That's
please?
what I'm trying to say.
Joel, it's actually not good for us to come here and we'll be saying things that sometimes people in Nigeria, when they hear it, they think, they get so mad and get so worried and become very woke and start making attacks. You see, in the United States, yes, a governor can propose or approve the use of state funds to build houses for judges. Yes, go and make your research. They do.
Yes, that was not.
There is nothing wrong in wicked building. If you see, you will
no,
have
see, Madam Zita, please, let's get this straight. Our system and that of the US are two different systems. Let's not go near, please. What you are saying, whatever they want to build, hold on, please. No, whatever they want to build, why not? The governor is always going to sign off. I am not saying that it's not going to stand up. After we practice the same system. But what I'm talking about is the intention behind certain things Wike is doing.
No,
And we can see it. Even with the promotion of judges, the promotion of his own wife.
Hold on.
You understand what I'm saying? All they did it. Hold on, please. All they did it while the wife was while the wife was a Supreme Court judge, and we knew how the
you're not seeing judges that Trump are
Please now,
promoting, the conservative judges that Trump are promoting.
We still saw how Peter Odele's case was delayed till date.
Okay.
It doesn't happen by
Joel,
coincidence.
let me tell you something. When it comes to democracy, leadership, governing of a society, if a governor is doing something and you are seeing it as the person who is the governor that is doing it, you will actually do have problem. First of all, the question you will ask, if you see a sitting governor doing something, is it under his auspices to do such a thing? Or is he stepping over? Irrespective whether it's his child, his wife, his brother, his sister, the important thing is, does he have the power to do it legally? If the answer is yes, remove the person now, first the law. What did the law say? He can do it. Okay. That being said, like the person that mentioned Trump, Remy, you can remember early this year, in this platform, Trump canceled US aid. They were doing a lot of things, bringing out what that money is being used. Some are good, some are bad, some are ridiculous. And then 4 billion, right? 4 billion US dollars. The guy seized it. We came to this platform. I said something, everybody abused me. You guys told me that they're going to take him to court. He cannot do it. He doesn't have the right to do it. I made a comment here that day. I said he has the right. And everybody abused me and told me that it's Congress. I said no. That US aid is being done by a stroke of the pen by a president. I think it's Kulata that told me. Then he went to Congress and Congress passed this as a bill and it became a law. I said no. It's a law, yes. Congress has passed it, but because of the route in which it came, that another president can strike it out with a stroke of the pen. They abused me. Today, the Supreme Court has said so. They say he should actually seize that money if he wants to. It's actually good when. It's actually good when.
Madam Zita, please. Madam Zita, please. I didn't hear you. You said which Supreme Court judgment, please. Come again, please.
The US aid now.
Oh, okay. The US aid. Okay.
Yeah, the Supreme Court of the United States has told him to take the money.
Oh, that's good. Thank you.
The 4 billion. He said he should not release it to any foreign aid. You see,
that's good.
Why am I saying this? Most people were abusing me that day based on Trump. They're not abusing me based on the law and the policy. I was telling them, who did that thing? Is it Kennedy or somebody? That thing was done with a stroke of the pen. And that thing was hemorrhaging United States. They were using it to do their money laundering. If I say it, they won't cut off my head. And that guy came and said, yes, fine, pen. It's not going anywhere again. The lawyers in the United States was running, getting everywhere. You guys came here, abused me, and told me they will meet him in the court, they will deal with him. I said, because you don't like Trump. Look at how the money, look at how it got to this. Anyway, that's by the way. Today, the Supreme Court said, hold the 4 billion, don't give it to anybody if that's what you want to do.
Madam Zita, do you know that are you listening? The Trump.
I'm listening.
Okay, yeah. The Trump derangement syndrome is so bad
that, after he made the announcement on Tylenol, some pregnant ladies went on TikTok and was taking Tylenol, right? To,
Yeah.
yeah.
And
And one of them
meanwhile,
had a miscarriage.
it's ridiculous.
One of them had a
Meanwhile,
miscarriage.
do you know the funny aspect of it? People don't really, I don't know, when they hear the man's voice, because I wanted to say something. Let me shut up my mouth. You see, the Tylenol, the company go to their X account. They said it in their account now. They said it there in their account. If you are a pregnant woman, they advise you not to use their drug. Period. Open their X account. That was either 2017 or thereabout. If you open their X account, you will see it there. And just because Donald Trump said it, some people get as if they poured firecrackers on their body. I don't understand that kind of life. I've been complaining about it, but it is what it is. You should not, I don't know, but it is what it is.
Madam Zita, they hate that
Joel,
man. They hate him. They hate him like crazy.
no, it is not. It's I think actually I'm not seeing it like they hate him. I'm seeing, there is something you will do. If you take it to extreme, it will start affecting you. Actually, it's gotten to the extent now they are hating themselves. Because Joel, you cannot believe, you guys will not believe the back and forth text message I went to reach somebody because of Charlie Kirk. A lot of people, because I came to this platform and said, I like his own pattern of activism. He doesn't win the argument always. But if you watch him, that back and forth, he goes with those students, it's actually funny.
You learn. They learn. Everybody
He
learns.
makes their brain to work. Most times they win the argument. It doesn't
Okay.
really matter to him.
Regarding the USA, sorry, Madam Zita, regarding USA ID ruling, okay. If the court had been a liberal court, I think they would have ruled the other way around. If it was a 6-3 ruling, it shows that like it's the conservatives against the liberal judges. So 6-3. So if the court, see, law is fluid in that regard. I think in the lower courts, actually, they ruled against Trump. That was the law also until it went to the Supreme Court. So if it had been the other way around, the liberals would have won.
No, what's his name? Prince Daddy. That incident is an incident I was following very well. I knew why I was following it. When things happen in the world, there are some circumstances and situations that happen in the world. I follow it to the letter. They didn't rule. It's just a lower court judge that came out and said he should start paying that money. Period. There was no court, all those rubbish they've been doing. One court will come out and rule something. It wasn't like there was a case or something.
You're right about that. But the point here is that, but how come the judge did not see the law as favorable towards Trump and say, no, this should hold. What Trump did should hold.
You see, it's actually, just I was telling Joel of Natchway, is actually really, really nauseating the way the world is going. You watch your fellow human being in broad daylight, in front of children, in front of women, in front of people who even have mental problems, murdered. And you say the reason is because of what he's saying. And you celebrate. And if people should get a bullet because of what they say, what makes you think that what you as a person is saying is not intolerable to another woman? Do you deserve a bullet? Come on now. I heard one man was saying The way you die does not redeem the way you live and does not make you a hero. And I rewind. I went to 2020. An upstanding citizen of the United States, Lloyd Floyd, a police officer knelt on his neck. He died. Nobody asked a simple question. What was he doing in the store that made them call the police? Okay, he wasn't doing anything that day. He walked into a store and they called police on him. I never knew that people walk into store, they call police on him. Okay, we believe that. The second question would be, what has he been going to that store to do that made him appear that day police was called on him? Nobody asked that question. The whole world went angry. How could you kill your fellow human being like that in broad daylight? Everybody was angry. At that point, the way he lived his life, the way he died, redeemed the way he lived. And that was an ex-convict. But today, people were sending, hey, what the guy says, what the guy said. I said, come on now. How come you keep changing the standard from time to time? If you keep changing the standard from time to time, nobody will take you seriously. Honestly.
But the problem is that the quality of education here has gone down so bad. It has gone down. Like sometimes I look at it, I'll be like, oh my God, I knew what education used to be like. This is not it. Look, some of these US schools, especially in the northern part of US, mostly and somewhat the western part, like where you have California and it's like a camp of indoctrination. You see them even when they make their argument, you find out that they're even shouting.
Sorry, is it the quality of education or the ideology that's permeated the school system?
That's what I'm saying. That the quality of the education, you cannot. You see, you either take one or two, right? It's not something you can't take both, right? So you have to make a choose. And what I've seen is this: is that in these schools they've been a camp of indoctrination other than education. So the access to education is there. But what they teach these people, what they fill them in with, is the problem.
And when you ask them a question,
you see, let me tell you something, Prince Daddy. When you look at these liberals, the moment you have an argument with them,
they get angry.
Right? When they get past that first phase, that first question, when they get past that first answer, it's over. Every other thing they're going to tell you is color, race, playing game. That's it. It is like that. It is never a period to profound solution. It's always blame. They can go as far back as 1800 to blame someone to make sure that that day that they feel it is. I even use the Igbo story to give them examples. It might not be the same, but the intention was the same. When after the Civil War, the Igbos were given £20 or whatever they call it. They could have gone home and slept and said, oh, every day they cry. Oh, they killed us in the war. Do you think Nigeria will listen to them?
But can you tell me a country that is not colonized?
Carve a niche for themselves. Identified a field that will accommodate many of them.
Okay.
Today, every day,
sorry, Geoff, the question you should have asked yourself is this. After the Civil War, let's assume the other region did not accept them to continue with their business or to dwell in their community or to prosper in their region. Do you think you have that semblance of progress?
And what is the difference?
But in what area did they prevent anybody from going in the United States?
When you talk about Nigeria, I think all the region are progress accordingly. You cannot say this particular region is more richer.
No, no. Please, Remy, listen to me where I'm coming from. I am looking at it from this aspect. When instead of the Igbos to look back and always blaming the civil war for their woes, they did something with their time. So, and here too, listen,
I understand you.
Remy,
You don't understand him. Let me explain what
very
he's
well.
saying. No,
I understand you very well.
No, you
I
didn't
think
understand.
Okay, Remy, let me tell you this one thing. Let me tell you this one thing. And that is part of the thing why they hate Charlie Kirk, right? Why is it that the black community were more successful during segregation than we have today? Nobody wants to talk about it. Do you know why? Do you know why?
I don't want
because
to dwell in that because
no. I'm just giving you like
Do you know what the reason they
snippets.
gave? Do you know what the
Do you
reason
see what I'm saying?
Do you know
Just
the
giving you
reason they
snippets.
gave? Do you know the reason they gave? They claimed that that time that they used to, after the, what do they call it? They said they used to keep their money in the house. So when the bank failed, they were the people that had money. That's what they claimed.
No, that was the issue. The thing there was that they had fathers in their homes, right? Up to when you have the Jim Crow law, when the fathers started leaving their homes, that was when the black family crumbled.
They
That
will
was
never
when.
say that too.
No, you don't, because when you say that, it's like you're trying to knock the single moms, but they need that single mom culture to keep whatever thing whatever narrative they want to keep. Yeah, to keep it going.
The thing is so bad.
79%.
Bad.
79%. And today Nigerian women are emulating them. Every day you go on social media, you see Nigerian women exalt a single motherhood. I am saying, do you know how single motherhood is where they are practicing it today? Can't you guys learn?
And that's what.
Can't you? And even here, they have welfare.
Charlie
In Nigeria, you don't have welfare.
preaching, they killed him. That's what Charlie was preaching. They killed him.
Can I contribute on that your last statement about single mom? What I want you to do is that what I want you to do that the world is not static. Things continue to evolve. We live in a more globalized world nowadays. You have to also look at the parameters of Nigerian men nowadays. Do they also want to get married? Do they also want to be responsible father?
Married to who?
Married to whoever. Married to whether
married to Shule.
Married to this one you see on social media. Or married. See, Remy.
Let me finish first. You have been talking. Just relax. I will not take too much time. What I'm trying to say is very simple. You cannot force a woman that the partner is not responsible for childbearing or for other responsibility of a father. You cannot. I'm not saying that some women also have their own fault. This thing is two people have to work together. So it does not matter whether you say they are emulating what is happening in the Western world. I'm trying to tell you that we live in a globalized world. And because of that, it will rub on everybody. So the world we live in today, the world we live in today. Let me finish with this statement and then you come. The world we live in today, I will tell you the truth. Marriage to young people of nowadays, they don't really care too much about it. It's not your generation. Their generation is, if I prosper in my career, if I get a man, if we can pull it together, fine. If I can have a baby and I have ability to take care of my baby, to hell with that man. So you can't blame them. That is the generation.
Yes, but Remy, the issue is this, right? Our parents and those that came before them did not lead us this way. There's a reason why you have elders too.
Joel, listen.
Please, let me talk.
Listen.
Let me land that you talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me land that you talk. Let me land. The issue is this: cultures must be preserved. Otherwise, why are you preserving the Yoruba culture? You should have said, let it go to hell, because the younger ones are not adhering to it. But you are speaking for the Yoruba culture because you want it to be preserved, and it's the right thing to do. So it is not different from saying to your daughter, to your sister, to say, hey, look, you have to have a family, because you know it will work better for her, at least if they have, if both of them click. We have to. You cannot just say, "Oh, because it's a younger generation that they don't value family." No, I don't believe that. When you go to the Caucasian, to the Asian, they still value those things, even at that level. Why is it us? Because we want to follow a trend, and that's the point I'm saying. That place we are looking at, we should go there and study how far they fared. The kids in the priest, when you go, because when we look at it very, very well, when you want to look at the disadvantages, it's far more outweighs the advantages. Far more. They are 10 times most likely to go to jail. They are 10 times most likely to drop out of school. They are 10 times likely not to find value in life. I mean, you see these kids, we see them, you live with them, you talk to them, and you ask yourself, what is going on? So you cannot just, wish it away. You have to, do your part at least. Let it be that things are wasting, but let it also be that posterity is fair to you, that you spoke against stuff like that. Thank you.
So Joel, what one thing you guys are taking out of it is that these older generations that you guys want to compare to this new generation is that the culture then kind of allow for a polygamous relationship whereby the man have one wife, see another woman he likes, he doesn't need to cheat, he just bring that one in. See another one he likes, he doesn't need to cheat, just bring that one in. There's nothing like this cheating. It's just, if I like 3 women, I bring all the 3 women in. They are all my wives. But it's no longer
that wasn't the case in the West, right? So the idea was that they get married. It wasn't the idea in the West. The West wasn't practicing polygamy.
No, they don't. No, they don't practice polygamy. Are you saying they don't have high level of single mother in the West? Is that what you're trying to explain to me?
No. That's what you were listening. You weren't listening. I'm talking about my own race. Right? If you go to the Caucasian, it is lower. The Caucasian have more families.
No, it's not lower. It is not lower.
My brother. You see, I don't like doing all this.
It depends on the community that you are talking about. It's not lower.
No,
I'm telling you now.
See, my brother, in the black community in general, it is not something. This is something that I have written a paper on. Right?
But here in Europe,
we have more single mom among the black community than any community. The Hispanics believe in family. The Caucasian believe more in family. I mean, even if they got divorced, for instance, you still see them have a second marriage, third marriage.
But they divorced already. They already broke one relationship.
Listen,
what difference does it make?
Listen. No. Listen. My thing is just this, right? The importance of family, knowing the value of it. Now, within the black culture,
is being present. It's being present in your children's life. If you talk about being present, it's totally different.
They are. See, they are. This is the thing. Why is it that we embrace it the most? Why is it that we embrace Jim Crow the most? And the thing there is that you see it in the numbers. Go to the jail, you see it. Go to out of school students, you will see it. No, I'm talking about the black race. So I'm not talking about every other race, but I'm talking about the black race. It's what it is.
Here in Europe, the Caucasian.
Okay, go ahead.
Here in Europe, the Caucasian constitutes more than 65% of the total population of people living in Europe. So when you're even talking about Caucasian, Europe has the largest number, even more than the so-called America. So, and at the same time, we have that in some countries, more than 53% of the people are single parenting. Here in a country like Finland, they don't even care about. You can see people getting married and still retaining family name. So sometimes what I'm trying to say is that modernity and globalization